1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, testing. Very good morning, welcome to Hove for the final day of this county championship match between Sussex and Leicestershire. I hope we're going out around the ground. There's not many folk in today, and I know my good friend Julian is not here, and I wish you and Lynn all the best, Julian, if you are tuning in this morning. But I assume we're going out. The players are making their way out to the middle. I'm Adrian Harms, Richard Ray next to me. The weather forecast today is that we are going to get some rain, if the forecast is to be believed, early afternoon. So I think we are going to get some delays. How long it lasts, we'll have to wait and see. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is next to me, and I thought Leicestershire battled away well yesterday in the shape of Johnny Tattersall and Steve Eskenazi, because the floodlights are on and it wasn't easy out there for a long period of time.
It wasn't, and at 37 for 3 it looked odds on almost that the game had a fair chance of ending yesterday. Sussex were going to finish it with a 3-day win, but as you say, they dug in, Tattersall and Eskenazi, towards the end of the day, and have extended the game. The lead is 52 then, with those 6 second innings wickets in hand. Could yet end sort of this morning, really, if Sussex pick up early wickets. Can Leicester extend and try and salvage what is almost certainly at best going to be a draw for them.
So, we're going to get underway. Richard's got to nip off and do an update to the listeners in Leicestershire. Ollie Robinson's going to get things underway. I get the feeling, that Sussex perhaps yesterday didn't, having had Leicestershire 38 for 3, they didn't really take advantage of that. But anyway, here comes Robinson trying to do his best this morning. He's in and bowls. First delivery goes past the off stump, let go by Tattersall, and there is no run. Bob Pook has been in touch. Hello, Bob. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. He says, good afternoon, Adrian. Henry Croker was bowled superbly in this match and has been very unlucky, but that wicket takes him to 100 first-class wickets. Enjoying the commentary via the excellent stream. Yes, well done to Jack and Alex and Isaac, who are operating the stream, and to the new cameraman, whose name I forget. I think it might be Graham. That could be completely wrong, who's here this week. So really good stream, so well done the lads for all your hard work, as in comes Robinson over the wicket and bowls, and Tattersall shoulders arms through to Simpson, and there is no run. And thank you, Bob, for getting in touch from Hastings. Steve Oxford has been in touch. Hello, Steve. Both of these were from yesterday, by the way. Yes, we were talking about over 8s yesterday, and Richard said to me, oh yes, but he'd heard that if an innings lasts less than 8 hours, then over 8 points deductions don't come into play, which none of us seem to know, as in comes Robinson bowls and Tattersall plays onto the onside. There's a howl from Robinson, but there is no run. He says, please see attached the rule effective from the 1st of April 2026. The slow over 8 is effective when a team bowls for 8 hours in the match and not an inning. Sorry. The slow over 8 is effective when a team bowls for 8 hours in the match and not an innings, as discussed yesterday. Oh. Well, now I'm really confused. We'll get Richard back in and see if we can get clarification of that, because I thought in comes Robinson and bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! Robinson gets the wicket. A misjudgment by Johnny Tattersall, and that is just what Sussex needed this morning. He's batted really nicely as Tattersall, but he's gone without adding to his overnight total. Ollie Robinson gets the breakthrough for Sussex, and that's just what the doctor ordered as far as Sussex this morning. A wicket goes down without a run being added, and Ollie Robinson picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings. Leicestershire 154 for 5. That cut back, it was let go by Tattersall, and it's cut back off the seam, and Robinson gets the breakthrough for Sussex. Can't believe it, Johnny Tattersall, he wanders off. Just seeing this delivery again. Oh, that cut back a long way. That's an absolute beauty. He's at the top of off stumpers, Ollie Robinson. Seeing it again from behind the bowler's arm. Yeah, I mean, his shouldered arms. And Robinson celebrates. Oh, and how. Oh, that's an absolute cracker. So, There is some bad weather around today, and Sussex will be hoping to get this done before any interruptions. We did lose something like 25 overs, I think we calculated last night. I will get an official figure on it actually from the scorers. So Sussex certainly looking to make up for lost time. So the new man coming out is Ben Cox. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm probably making a Horlicks of explaining this over rate. So our understanding is that if an innings lasts longer than 8 hours, then you can be deducted points if you're behind on over rates, and that's something that's come in this season. That's our understanding of how the new ruling is. Sussex are currently showing us over 8 as being minus. Is that minus or plus, Richard? Plus
it
2.
It is plus 2.
Plus 2. I can't see on the.
When it's a minus, they put it in red, which is quite useful.
Right. Thank you. I hadn't noticed that, which is me being unobservant. So Ben Cox wanders out. Well, it was a cracking delivery by Robinson. It really nipped back off the pitch. Johnny Tattersall couldn't, he really shouldered arms, and the ball hit the top of his off stump. So the early breakthrough that Sussex wanted. Richard back with us as Robinson, with his 5th ball of the morning, is in down the hill and bowls, and Cox is forward, plays out into the offside and picks up the first run of the morning. And Leicestershire to 155 for 5, and the lead is now 53.
Oh, what a start for Sussex. Couldn't have been better.
No.
And, well, Cox, I guess you could say, is the first of the all-rounders. Ben Green to come, Tom Scriven, both competent batsmen. Ajaz Patel, he has a first-class 50 this season already to his name, so they still should take some winkling out, but Tattersall certainly was very much front line.
Robinson in bowls, forward comes Eskenazi, plays down the track. Robinson fields of his own bowling, so a wicket in the opening over for Ollie Robinson. Leicestershire 155 for 5, Eskenazi on 26, Cox is on 1. I hate to be a bearer of sort of doom really, but the cloud is definitely building from the north, and that's where this weather front is coming down. I was talking to someone from the media who was saying it was already raining at Heathrow in West London, so it's definitely coming this way. Now how much rain there's going to be, how long it's going to last, who knows, I don't know.
The South Downs will save us, I'm sure.
Well, Sussex will be hoping so, but we shall see. Leicestershire will be hoping that it does rain a bit. How long it's going to last, we'll just have to wait and see. But Ollie,
sorry, go on.
Honestly, Ollie Robinson certainly doing his bit this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. The skipper, Finn Hudson-Prentice, is taking the opening over from the sea end, as Ben Cox, who until the last game against Nottinghamshire was in almost the form of his life, but last 3 innings lost his touch a bit. He's on strike as Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls. Well, he's going to pick up maybe 4 there as he turned it off his hip. No, Ibrahim running up the rope manages to get there, and Cox has to settle for a couple. So 3 off his first 2 balls. It is at least a productive start for Cox. 157 for 5, lead up to 55, but there won't be any relaxing in the Leicestershire dressing room until probably the best part of 200 ahead, and that is an awful long way off. Hudson-Prentice tosses the ball from hand to hand. 2 for 40 now for Robinson, 1 for 27. I thought he bowled beautifully yesterday, Hudson-Prentice, who is in and bowls a little bit short of a good length on off stump, and Cox waits for it and just plays it back down the pitch towards mid-off, where Robinson is waiting. The ball actually comes to a halt before he wanders in and picks it up. My thanks to Phil Pennicott, who emailed Adrian yesterday. It is true, I'm afraid, Phil, this is my last day of commentary for BBC Radio Leicester here in Hove. So that's how it goes. In goes Hudson-Prentice bowls, Cox defends again, but it's been 13/14 years that have been an awful lot of fun, and included some fantastic games against Sussex in that time, memorable days, for all sorts of reasons. It always seemed to be a good game between these two counties.
We've had a lot of fun down the years, a lot of very good games as well, particularly here. You know, the Louis Kimber innings will always be remembered here. And we were fumbling through record books and goodness knows what.
Hudson Prentice is in, driving his Cox, thick outside edge, goes between first and, well, he's the third slip really, he's standing quite wide and to the third man boundary for 4, and whether that would have carried to a conventional second slip, it just might have done. Tom Clark reaching to his left, he'd gone wide at third slip. See how, it would have been short. In fairness,
yes,
it would have been short
been
of a conventional second slip. So it's not a chance missed, so to speak, because of that change in position. And Clark stays at third slip. So there's a first slip and a third slip, no second. Hudson Prentice into Cox, comes back in a little bit. Cox taking the bottom hand off the bat as he manages to just turn the ball away into the onside, but a little bit of nip there for Finn Hudson Prentice.
Important though, Richard, for Leicestershire to be positive this morning, because you know clearly the more runs they get, the more runs Sussex have got to get, the more time that's going to take. So I'm sure these two will, and the Leicestershire in general will look to be positive.
Hudson Prentice turns. Athletic run. Bowls to Cox, who drives but doesn't time it. It looked beautiful, but it came off a thick inside part of the bat and actually rather trickled out towards Henry Crocombe in the covers. But Cox is a little like his fellow wicketkeeper John Simpson. He's quite a correct player, and he looks nice, but that one didn't quite come out of the middle. 161 for 5, the lead up to 59. Cox has 7 off 7. Eskenazi just faced how many deliveries has he faced? Only a couple this morning, and he's still on 26.
The Reverend Doug has been in touch from Skipton. He says, hello, Adrian and team.
Up in North Yorkshire.
Yeah. He says, it's Reverend Doug here. Hello, Reverend Doug. In comes Robinson over the wicket bowls. I didn't miss the off stump by very much either. That was a leave from
this leaving
Eskenazi
needs to stop.
to Simpson. Can you give a shout out for Tom, my lad, who has taken 9 wickets in 4 games at 12.3 average. Great starts to the season at a new club. Quick question: do we think Carson is threatening the spinner's spot for England?
It has been mentioned in dispatches.
Yes,
Reverend Doug.
Yeah,
but I don't think much more than that at this stage.
Yeah, in comes Robinson, running in over the wicket bowls. Eskenazi's 4 plays out into the offside, and there is no one. I think there's a very good chance that Jack will be picked in the England Lions team. They've got these 2 first-class matches coming up against South Africa, the first of which is Arundel in a few weeks' time. I think that will give us an indication of where Jack is in sort of the pecking order. But you know, I think he's got a very good chance of being picked for that side. I would have said ahead of Bashir at the moment. I'm sure he's taking lots of wickets up at Derbyshire. In comes Robinson bowls, and forward comes Eskenazi. The off spinner I saw bowl very nicely earlier on this season at Headingley was Dom Bess. I thought he did bowl well. But Jack certainly in the so it'll be Bashir, Jack. Who else?
I think they like Carson potentially more than. I think Carson's got a better chance than Bess, almost because of his height.
Yeah.
Dom is quite small, isn't he, Dom Bess?
Yes. I mean, they clearly like Jacks because that's what they did in Australia. But I'm not sure that's really. I wouldn't say he's a specialist off spinner. In comes Robinson bowls, Eskenazi forward to ball, good length, plays into the covers, fielded by Jack Carson. Now, I'd love it if Jack got in; it'd be brilliant. And he's such a nice guy, such a competitive cricketer. But yeah, he's in the conversation. I would be surprised if he was in the England Test side just at the moment, but I'd be also surprised if he doesn't make it into the Lions squad. Is probably where I am.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting once those international squads, or when those international squads are announced.
Yeah.
Whether there is any real genuine change of thinking.
Robinson in, bowls. Eskenazi solidly forward, plays into the covers, no run. Robinson right on the money here this morning. His 14th over, 2 for 40. A new ball will be available in another 21 overs after this, so clearly the Sussex feeling is, right, let's go hard with the seamers this morning. I would imagine that Robinson will bowl a good spell here and then probably hold himself back a bit for the new ball, but time is not on Sussex's side here, if indeed it is going to rain, so maybe this is the tactic. Robinson in, bowls, Eskenazi clips firmly to mid-wicket. That is a maiden over from Ollie Robinson. He's bowled 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 40. Leicestershire 161 for 5. Eskenazi looking very solid. He's on 26. Cox is on 7. The lead is 59. And the man out this morning was Johnny Tattersall, who shouldered arms to a delivery from Ollie Robinson. And the ball hit the top of his off stump. That was before any runs had been added either by Tattersall or to the total. Did we do 25 overs last night, Richard? I need to confirm that actually with the scorers. I think it is.
There were 30 remaining when we restarted at 5:05, or theoretically we're going to restart at 5:05. And we had, I think, 7. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls. So I think you're right, 25 is correct. I think you'll be alright, here. Weather-wise for quite some time, my app is showing just a 20% chance around about 3 o'clock, so the clouds are moving quite quickly. Adrian is correct, though. It is sort of building in towards the north, but...
When I left here yesterday, because it was horrible, it wasn't really, it was cold and miserable. Got up as far as Gatwick and the sun was out.
It came out here about 8.
Right, a bit too late.
Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. Cox is solidly forward, pushing out into the offside. And this morning it was just perfect, but it was so cold.
Yes, let's talk about a frost down here tonight.
These strange times.
Yeah,
strange times, weather-wise. The ball is going to be checked. It has been thrown by Ollie Robinson to umpire Michael Goff, who walks across to umpire Shunmughan, who is the man holding the gauge, it would appear. Hands it to Michael Goff, who puts the ball on top of it.
They've already changed it once. Did they change it yesterday?
To us,
no.
And it went straight through.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I had a ticket last night. It may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I went to see Rory Bremner last night, who was in Guildford. The place was packed, and I have to say he was very funny. And the funniest thing, he's also very clever. And he did a sketch where he pretended to be Peter O'Sullivan, the great horse race commentator, and he linked that to politics and people falling at the first fence and that sort of thing. Quite how he remembered it all, I have no idea.
Hudson Prentice is in, driving his Cox beautifully, but straight to Crocombe. Holds the pose, he's so pleased with the shot. And rightly so.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
It was an absolute
shot of the match.
Thing of beauty. But unfortunately, from his point of view, the ball ran straight to Crocombe.
Yeah.
But, he says, it does indicate that he is in some sort of touch. It would appear to, anyway. Famous last words. Still got that first slip and third slip as in goes Hudson Prentice. Cox goes back, and again, having defended it back down the pitch, holds the pose for at least 2 seconds. It runs past Hudson Prentice towards the sunglass wearing Ollie Robinson, despite the fact the sun is behind cloud at the moment. Dan Hughes, his sunglasses are perched on the back of his cap, reflecting yellow and orange and green and all sorts of colours. As in goes Hudson Prentice and bowls. Again, good line, good length, and Cox again is solidly forward. The heavy roller did go on this morning. Each side, remember, can use it twice, which is at least one time too many for me.
No, I agree. I agree.
And well, we had Lewis Hill in here yesterday, and he sort of confirmed, didn't he? He said it does always seem to kill even the liveliest pitch for a short while, and just makes very flat pitches worse, really. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls outside off stump, pushed by Cox out to Crocombe. Immediately you heard the call of no from Ben Cox. Made an over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Made Ben Cox play at every delivery, I think. And Cox did play at every delivery and played them pretty solidly. But a good piece of red ball cricket, really. Good bowling, good batting.
Yes.
Yes, the scoreboard hasn't gone anywhere, but pressure still very much on the Leicestershire batsmen.
Yes, back-to-back maidens for Sussex. Yes, it was a certain age of audience last night who would recognise some of the particularly the politicians that Rory Bremner, but very good person with people like Tony Benn and Tony Blair, Gordon Brown. It was really very funny. Anyway, an enjoyable evening. Here comes Hudson-Prentice. Ollie Robinson over the wicket bowls. Eskenazi is forward, plays down the onside, and there is no run.
This was in Guildford.
Yeah, it was in Guildford. Yeah, so I was secretly very pleased when the umpires called it off for bad lines, and I was able to zip up the M23 and just sort of got there. Literally, he was starting, and you can imagine he did a very good impersonation of the President of the United States, which was made people laugh. No, it was good. Changing the field, there were three slips in place. There's now just two. He was the one who always did, Ted Heath and Harold Wilson. In comes Robinson. Oh, short bouncer. That was quick actually. And Eskenazi ducks underneath it. There is no run. That
third slip leaning has gone to short mid-wicket because he is seaming it back into the right-handers. So there's a chance of one being popped up. Yeah, Mike Yarwood, there's a reference for a generational reference there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It was what we sort of all grow up with, though, wasn't it? With
he was the first celebrity impressionist, really,
yes.
If you're not aware. Maybe didn't quite have the range of the modern impressionists like Mr. Bremner.
No. Robinson in bowls, let go by Eskenazi through to Simpson, and there is no run. But when he was reciting his, when he was doing his Peter O'Sullivan, it was brilliant, really. He then did a Q&A, and he did it with his eyes shut, and he was talking about how he memorises things, so he gets it in the right order. So it was fascinating to hear how he does it, really. Anyway, everyone thought it was a good evening. Robinson wheels around at the far end of the ground, where the clouds are gathering, I have to say. In bowls, Eskenazi is forward. The ball dribbles back towards his stumps, but Steve Eskenazi stops it with his foot and then picks up the ball obligingly for Jack Carson, and there is no run. I missed yesterday that Hampshire lost again. Having a good time down the south coast, Hampshire. Defeated by Essex inside 3 days. And we'll keep an eye on the other scores as we go through today. Robinson wheels around in and bowls. He drives down the road. Robinson gets a big foot to it. Oh, there could be a run out here. He throws and he's out, run out, and that is a gimme. I'm not sure who's going to go. I think it's Steve Eskenazi.
It is.
And that's an absolute gimme of a wicket. The ball was drilled down the ground by Steve Eskenazi. Robinson stopped it with his foot. Eskenazi thought there was run. He just set off and ran down the pitch. Ben Cox was just standing there. He wasn't going anywhere. And all of a sudden, Eskenazi found himself absolutely stranded at the non-striker's end. The throw came in. John Simpson took off the bails. And that's just what Leicestershire didn't need. And that really is a gimme wicket for Sussex.
Well, Cox couldn't go anywhere because he drilled it back down the pitch. Robinson stuck out his right foot, trying to deflect the ball onto the stumps. He might just have brushed his toes. Either way, he didn't manage to deflect it onto the stumps. But because it went past his foot and went past the stumps, directly behind them, mid-on came round, but Cox had stayed in his ground. That's why Eskenazi ran it, because Robinson sort of missed it, really. And then, but Cox couldn't have gone. He had to stay in his crease just in case he had managed to deflect it onto the stumps. And Eskenazi kept going, and disastrous start for Leicestershire as the two not-out batsmen overnight are both gone, and neither added to their overnight score.
I wonder whether we'll see that again. I wonder whether the boys might be able to arrange a replay of that incident. But I can only assume. Here we go. So Robinson in.
He stuck out his right foot
Yeah.
and did try to deflect it, but also Cox slipped a bit, turning. But there was no way. Cox had to return to his crease because Robinson very nearly did kick it onto the stumps.
Yeah. Yes. So actually, is this Ben Green?
It's Eskenazi's fault, really.
Yes. No, I would say it is. It is his fault because he just set off. Ben Green was trying to put his back, as you say, so that Robinson didn't deflect the ball onto the stumps. Then he looked round to see Eskenazi was halfway down the wicket. Then he slipped, so one of them was always going to be run out. Oh dear, that's yeah. I would agree with you. I would say that.
But good work by Hudson Prentice because he didn't panic. He threw it. He waited a second, realised what was happening, and threw it directly to Simpson. Over the stumps. Didn't try and throw it at the stumps, threw it to the wicket keeper.
Yeah. Here comes Robinson. 3 slips and a gully in place. Bowls to Green, who whips this one down to fine leg and picks up a single. So he's on his way. 162 for 6. The important stat is that the lead is 60. But it's just not what you need when... having batted so resolutely as well, Steve Eskenazi as well. A lot of Leicestershire's hopes would have been hanging around him, but unfortunately he's gone. End of the over. Leicestershire lead showing on the scoreboard as 60. There's that run out again. Oh yeah, look.
He had to go back.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, I'm afraid.
Yes, it happens. So 2 run outs in this match for Leicestershire. Rishi Patel ran out in the first innings due to a misunderstanding with Jake Weatherald, and to be honest, that was Jake Weatherald's responsibility as well. And Steve Eskenazi ran out, but probably I don't think you have to say probably his own fault.
Hudson Prentice is in, bowling to Green. A solid figure of Green and a solid defensive press as he plays it back down the pitch to Finn Hudson Prentice. But yes, Leicestershire have not done themselves any favours with those 2 run-outs. Sussex took advantage, as good teams do. But they won't be blaming himself because it really wasn't his fault.
No.
Hudson Prentice with a short, straight extra cover and mid-wicket as Green drives, not really powerfully, just pushes firmly, slightly across the line, out to mid-on. So we've got leaning at short-ish mid-wicket, about 3 strips back. And is that Coles at short extra?
It is. Yeah.
Tom Clark is now the only slip. He's standing quite wide at about second slip. Robinson again enjoying himself with his field placings. In goes Hudson Prentice and bowls, chipped in the air for a few feet by Green as he leant across and pushed across the line. And it wasn't so very far wide of leaning, too far for him to sort of dive across, but well, he might just take a step or 2 to his left. But that's what he's there for. In fact, Coles has gone across to pretty much silly mid-on.
Yes.
About 3/4 of the way up the pitch. He's taking a step or 2 wide. Well, he's following the ball really where that one went. But so 2 short mid-wickets now, really. As Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls, good bouncer, and Green got in position to hook. It was too high, so he pulled out of the shot, but he slightly lost balance and stumbled away to the offside. Danger then that you tread on your stumps, but he just about managed to regain his footing before falling. The sun comes out. Little pockets of blue around still, though the cloud does build, but it's a lovely sight on the green sward. In goes Hudson Prentice, outside off stump left by Ben Green.
So just going back to Hampshire, rock bottom of the Division 1 of the County Championship, played 5, won 1, lost 4. They've got 29 points, so you'd have to say they've already won a game, so actually the game that they've lost, they've virtually picked up no points. I mean, you think you get 16 for a win.
Yep.
So they've only picked up another 13 points.
And some of those will have been in that game as
Yes.
well. Bonus points. Hudson Prentice is in. Green looks to drive, doesn't really time it. Runs straight back up the pitch. Hudson Prentice puts down his left hand and makes the stop. End of the over. 162 for 6, remember. Leicestershire started the day on 154 for 4. So, goodness me, just 8 runs added and 2 wickets lost in the first half hour.
Yeah, the one win that Hampshire had this season was against Yorkshire, where they picked up 4 additional bonus points. They picked up 1 batting and 3 bowling. So they picked up 20 points in that match. So in the other 4 games, they've only picked up 9 points. That's a very poor return, isn't it? Keep you up to date with the other scores as well, as we go through today. Ollie Robinson is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. Just the 2 slips in place. He's bowling to Ben Cox, who's 7 not out. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Robinson is in, bowls. Cox is forward, plays stylishly to Carson in the covers. There is no run. So down at Cardiff, Glamorgan are 152 for 5, needing another 131 to beat Somerset. That could be a good finish today. But already out, Carlson tried, made 52. Ingram's out, so I get the feeling that could be a tough ask for Glamorgan today, but could be a good finish. Looks like he's heading for a draw at Trent Bridge, where Notts are 123 for 2 in their second innings, leading Surrey by 89. So I think it's difficult to see a result there, as Robinson is in, bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. But Warwickshire will fancy their chances of beating Yorkshire today. Yorkshire 103 for 5, still needing highly unlikely 446 to win. Harry Brook out last night. He was caught and bowled by his ex-teammate Jordan Thompson for 26. Johnny Bairstow, another low score. He's not having a great season. He was out for a duck yesterday. So I think it's fair to say Yorkshire with it all to do up in Birmingham today. Warwickshire will be disappointed if they don't finish that one off. In comes Robinson down the hill. Bowls, Cox right in behind that, plays it into the offside, fielded by Carson, and there is no run. Already yesterday in the second division, Durham comprehensively beat Worcestershire, so they retain their place at the top of the table. Northants 84 for 3, needing another 292 to win it. Actually, just to avoid an innings defeat at Derby. Kent 8 without loss, need another 253 to beat Gloucestershire. And well done to Sussex women, who won up at Northamptonshire yesterday in the Metro One Day Cup. In comes Robinson, bowls, Cox lets that go, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Phoebe Wilkinson scoring 88. And the win by something like about 77 runs, I think it was, so a very good win. So well done to Alexia Walker and the Sussex women's team. Not many folk in today, Richard, just a few scattering of spectators in the southwest corner. I suspect, I don't know
A few in the pavilion, I'm sure, watching from behind glass.
Yeah, there's always a few over there as Robinson is in. Over the wicket and bowls. Oh, he's hit on the pad, big shout. Not given. My feeling from the way Ben Cox shaped to play that shot, that perhaps it was just sliding down the leg side. We'll just see this again.
Absolutely it was.
Yeah.
Robinson's appeal was just very slightly delayed.
Yes, it was.
The keeper and slips went up straight away, but I suspect Robinson knew, and I think we've discussed off air how impressed we've been by the umpires.
No, they've been very consistent. Yeah, very consistent.
And I think Leicestershire, I was talking to Rishi Patel last night, was impressed the umpiring in the first division.
Robinson in bowls, or he beats Cox outside the off stump. Good delivery by Robinson through to John Simpson, and there is no run. 162 for 6. Cox on 7, Green on 1. A couple of wickets have already fallen this morning. Johnny Tattersall was bowled by Ollie Robinson in the opening over of the morning. And a mix-up between Steve Eskenazi and Ben Cox resulted in Eskenazi run out for 26. So 162 for 6. It means the lead is still exactly 60. Did Rishi Patel think it was a better standard of umpiring in the first division, Richard? Because I guess the umpires are pretty much the same.
That was the implication of what he was saying, really, that they'd been impressed with the umpire. He didn't say that they weren't impressed with the umpiring in the second division as such, but he said, it has been noted that the umpiring has been pretty good from what we've seen in the first division. In goes Hudson Prentice, and Bowles pleasantly driven back to him, but straight to him on the bounce by Ben Green. I mean, in fairness, we in the second division, we found we tended to get relatively inexperienced or umpires, one or two umpires without a obvious cricketing background as such, and sometimes they weren't always the most consistent.
No. I think all you can ask for is consistency.
But we've had it in this game. These two have been very hard to convince throughout. In goes Hudson Prentice, and that looked to stay a little bit low. Ben Green was on the back foot. He's lost his off stump. He turns and wanders off to the pavilion, and Sussex can now sniff what would be a third victory of the season. Barely half an hour has gone, and they have picked up 3 wickets this morning. In fact, it didn't stay low. It held its own off the seam. It was just a brilliant delivery, really. Hit the top of off, and Ben Green really was absolutely done by the delivery. It may have it's about 3/4 of the way up the stump, but what a start today this has been for Sussex, and they're very close now.
Well, we've picked up 3 wickets this morning for just the addition of just 8 runs, and we've had what was it last night? 56 overs. I think we're now up to the 64. So we've had 8 overs this morning. Sussex couldn't have dreamed they were going to have a start like this. So Ben Green has gone. Tom Scriven will be the new man, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Got an update coming to listeners.
That's rather nice news to give them.
Yes. Yeah. Tom Scriven batted very well in the first innings, made a half century. My thoughts coming down this morning were that the new ball around the corner would be the real danger area, and Leicester may look to sort of push on this morning, but I think that when you get a wicket in the first over, which Ollie Robinson did, that's a body blow for the dressing room, isn't it? But Scriven and Cox will not give this up, that's for sure. And we'll just wait for this update to come. Hudson Prentice.
What's it like there in Hove at the moment? 8.5 for the Leicestershire for us. We had some not so nice weather on the way. How are things looking in Hove?
Well, so far, Sarah, it's dry, but I've got to say the cloud is building here in Hove, and we're hearing that rain could be on the way around about lunchtime. Sussex will be hoping not, because they've fought their way into an excellent position in this match. Leicestershire started this morning on 154 for 4 with a lead of 52, but actually Sussex have taken 3 wickets already this morning. Ollie Robinson in the first over bowling Johnny Tattersall. Then there was a horrendous run out, ended in Steve Eskenazi being run out, and in the last over Ben Green has been bowled by Finn Hudson Prentice for 1. So Leicestershire now 164 for 7. It means their lead is 62, and Sussex will be hoping the rain stays away and they can win their 3rd county championship match of the season. Meanwhile, up at Trent Bridge, very much looks like it's heading towards a draw. Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 125 for 2, leading Surrey by 91.
Well, Scriven has picked up 6 runs from his first 2 balls. The first sort of controlled edge through the vacant gully down towards third man, and for a moment it looked as though Simpson might be interested. He couldn't get there, and it ran up the hill. Always has a little bit more momentum than one thinks it would have, and managed to get 4, but fortunate for in goes Hudson Prentice and bowls, and I think Scriven may have withdrawn the bat there or played inside the line, but it did look again as though it held its own a little bit. 50-50, might just have just have withdrawn the bat.
Yeah.
We'll give him the benefit.
Yeah, I think we will.
He remains on 6. Cox has 7. Leicestershire 168.47. The lead is just 66 with 3, just 3 second innings wickets intact. What a morning it's been for Sussex so far. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. Scriven defends out into the off side, picked up by Crocombe, who might not be needed this morning the way Hudson Prentice and Robinson are bowling. End of a wicket taking over for Finn Hudson Prentice. He, like Robinson, now has 2 wickets to his name. 2 for 37 off 16 for him. Robinson 2 for 41 off 16. Both have bowled 4 maidens, so very similar figures really.
Yeah, I think had wickets not fallen in the first few overs like they had, that we might have seen a 4 or 5 over spell from Ollie Robinson, and then hold himself back for the new ball. But the way it is, I suspect that he's going to keep himself going here.
Why not? New batsman to bowl at.
Yeah, definitely. So, for the time being, it's going to be Ben Cox who's on strike. As in comes Ollie Robinson down the hill. 3 slips go down, he bowls, and Cox drives, and he picks up a single onto the leg side. He was looking to stroke that away into the offside. And he looks at his bat as if to say, it wasn't meant to go there, but he's picked up a single nonetheless. Ben Cox, he goes to 8, 169 for 7. It means the lead is 67 for Leicestershire. 3 slips, there's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. Robinson has a natter to Finn Hudson Prentice, who's looks like got a towel or something. I don't know if the outfield's a little damp, but what's that, his jumper he's got there? I think he's putting a jumper on as Robinson makes his way in again. There's a leg slip in place now. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Scriven and defends to mid-off, and there is no run. He quite often seems to like having that leg slip position in there, Ollie Robinson. Right, so we're just trying to get to the bottom of this 8 hours thing with the over rates, Richard, because Steve Oxford's very kindly sent me in an email, and I'm probably getting myself in it.
I can send you the exact regulation,
yes,
if you want.
Yeah, I think Steve's attached that as well, actually. In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, forward comes Scriven, plays to mid-off. It clearly says it is 8 hours bowled by a team in the whole game and not 8 hours in an innings.
Well, it does carry over, doesn't it, from first to the second innings.
Sorry, and just say apologies, Steve. I was sort of concentrating on other things, and I didn't see you'd sent me the attachments. I wasn't dismissing what you said in any way, and if you thought I was, I apologise. Robinson in again, bowls, forward comes Scriven, plays into the covers, and there is no run.
Good diving stop, tumbling stop. Wickets lift the entire team. The fielders are much more on their toes, or even more on their toes.
Yeah. So only matches in which a team has bowled for 8 hours or more, net of time allowed for wickets taken and umpires' allowances in the match will be subject to over rate penalties. So 8 hours in the match, not 8 hours in the ring. So thank you, Steve, for clarifying that. I appreciate you getting in touch. Robinson in and bowls, and Scriven works this one down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Henry Crocombe. 1 more to the total. And Scriven goes to 7, 170 for 7. The lead is 68.
But at the moment, Sussex are absolutely fine in that respect.
Yes.
So, currently, looking at a very healthy 23-point return.
Yes. Roger Newman in Haywards Heath has been in touch. He's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Roger. While he's working from home, supposed to be working from home, he says. Robinson, bright sunshine now. In and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Ben Cox. There is no run in favour. 170 for 7. Scriven on 7, Cox on 8. Thank you for joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Holmes and Richard Ray. Roger goes on to say, if the weather's coming from the north, you may be heartened to know that whilst it's quite cloudy. There's no rain yet in Haywards Heath, yes, which is, I don't know, 10 miles from here, would you say, Roger? Up the A23, perhaps slightly more. And at the moment, there is quite a bit of cloud around, but there's glimmers of sunshine as well. So Sussex will be hoping
You'll be fine.
that carries on.
You'll be fine.
But it will be a good return for Sussex, and 3 wins would be a very nice start to the season. But
Well,
with a tricky trip to Taunton next week.
3 wins plus a few draws, and you're pretty much safe, really, in terms of relegation. I know that's a slightly negative outlook. In goes Hudson Prentice, and ball's chipped in the air straight to mid-wicket. Scrivener's gone. Sussex have their 4th wicket of the morning, just 45 minutes down, and Leicestershire just have now 2 second innings wickets in hand with a lead of still only 68. Couldn't have been a simpler catch.
No, hit that straight to Jack Leaning at mid-wicket. He was furious with himself, Tom Scriven. As soon as he played the shot,
just chipped it straight to short mid-wicket, playing slightly across the line, which he tends to do in defence, but just didn't keep it down, and straight in at the most gentle. I think I'd have backed either you or I to hang on to that one.
yes,
Adrian.
I think we might have done. So Sussex have taken a 4 for 16. No, 4 for 16 this morning.
Wow.
So, Ajaz Patel is the new man coming out. But Sussex are cock-a-hoop at the moment.
Unless these two dig in, we could be done by lunchtime here. They will delay lunch possibly as well. But
Yes, they will. They will if they think there's a chance of a result. But it's never over until it's done. And Ben Cox is, I think I said this up at Grace Road actually. Every time I watch Ben Cox make runs, he always seems to make runs against Sussex. So they were a good natter in the middle, but unquestionably it's been a very good start to the day for Sussex.
17 in the first innings for Ajaz Patel.
Yeah.
On the back of 61, was it, in the match against Nottinghamshire, a first-class career best. So in form by his standards. That's not meant to damn him with faint praise. It was a really good effort against Nottinghamshire. Looks around him. Slip, short, extra short mid-wicket. Round the wicket goes Hudson Prentice. Bowls to the New Zealander, who is leaning forward on off stump. Plays it back down the wicket to Hudson Prentice.
So thank you for your emails this morning on that over 8, Steve. Much appreciated, and we now understand completely that it is 8 overs in the match, not in the innings.
8 hours.
8 hours. I'm going to say overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, did I say overs?
You did. We were
8 hours!
We'll get there in the end.
Yeah. But it is in the match,
Could take years.
which is, yeah, it could do.
Round the wicket goes Hudson Prentice. Bowls outside off stump, and quite a stylish leave from Ajaz Patel, lifting his bat over the line of the ball. He has impressed me in this innings.
Hudson Prentice,
with the ball.
yeah, he's been really good all season actually, Richard. He's proven to be the perfect foil really for Ollie Robinson. And I think even Finn, I spoke to him a couple of times this season, was quite surprised when that opportunity's come to open the bowling, but he looks fit as a fiddle, and he's bowling got a good lick as well.
Turns in past umpire Goff and bowls, and pleasantly stroked.
Yeah.
Into the onside by Ajaz Patel. Foolish delivery pushed out to Robinson at mid-on. It's beyond his wildest dreams, I would think, what has happened this morning.
Yeah.
Ollie Robinson. But Sussex have made it happen as well.
They have. I mean, I think the feeling was yesterday that they didn't bowl desperately well after lunch yesterday when they had Leicestershire 38 for 3. That being said, there was good resistance from Johnny Tattersall and Steve Eskenazi. But certainly this morning they've come out all guns blazing.
Crocombe has been sent back to the square leg boundary. The implication, of course, being that Hudson Prentice might try and bounce Patel. He doesn't. It's a foolish delivery on off stump. Patel steps forward, and again, even a number 10 has that. He's a left-hander, and even a number 10 has that A little bit of left-hander's style.
Yes, definitely.
And strokes it very pleasantly out to mid-off. Changes to the field again. Coles is being sent to his customary position at first slip, so we have a conventional first and second slip, and point has gone to shortish mid wicket. Leaning is still there at shortish extra cover. Round the wicket goes Hudson Prentice and bowls outside off stump, and contrary to the way the cricket has gone this morning, an entirely unexceptional delivery that is left by Ajaz Patel. But a wicket maiden, I believe, for Finn Hudson Prentice, who now has 3 for 37 from 17 overs. Cox 8 off 21. Patel yet to score, having faced 5 deliveries. Leicestershire, well, their lead has only increased to 70 with 8 wickets down.
Ollie Robinson's going to carry on. I think it's a good reward for Finn Hudson Prentice, who was
68, I beg your pardon.
It didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings in his 19 overs, but he's picked up 3, as you say, in this innings, and has bowled very well. Robinson is going to carry on. Block of flats coated in scaffolding behind him as he's in down the hill. Bowl short and ducking underneath. It is Cox through to Simpson, and there is no run. We were sort of speculating. I don't know if anyone could tell us. We were speculating what's going on in that block of flats, because I mean, it looks like the residents maybe can't get on their balconies, or it always looks like there's no one living there. I'm sure there is, but it's coated in, the whole block of flats is covered in scaffolding.
One day, Adrian, you're going to have to go round
And knock on someone's door, I think. Huh?
Just go to the front door and just say,
Can you just tell us, are you living here?
we've been talking about this for
Months. Robinson down the hill, bowls. Cox up on his toes and steers that one through the covers. He picks up a single. Jack Carson is in very quickly from fielding on the cover boundary to keep it to 1, and I would imagine now Ollie Robinson is going to attack Ajaz Patel, who's yet to score. 171 for 8. Ben Cox goes to 9. The lead is now 69 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. And if you want to get in touch, Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. 3 slips in place now. Coles, Clark and Leaning. Robinson coming around the wicket to the left-handed Patel. And he's in. Around the wicket, bowls. Patel's beaten outside there. John Simpson doesn't take that cleanly, and the ball's running down towards the boundary edge. James Cole's in hot pursuit. He loses his sun hat in the process. And they pick up a bye, which takes the total to 172 for it. I have to say, behind Ollie Robinson, there's some really angry looking cloud over the downs. Very dark indeed at that end. I mean, perversely, the sun is out from behind us, but there's a lot of heavy cloud around Hove at the moment. That single allows Cox to come back on strike, and Robinson is in again. Bowls. Cox is forward and plays comfortably straight down the ground to mid-on and picks up a single. 173 for 8. Cox to double figures. He's on 10.
And he's making no attempt to protect Ajaz Patel. Probably rightly, given the way Patel has batted in his last 3 or 4 innings. He's perfectly competent sort of tail ender. There's no point keeping him off the strike. I think Coxfield just keep playing normally. Whether they probably will do that with Tom Helm as well, who will be the last man.
Yeah, he batted confidently enough in the first innings. Robinson in, bowls. Forward comes Patel, plays out into the offside, and Ben Cox, who was looking on striker's end, it was his call. The ball was behind square, and he very quickly called Patel through for a single. 174 for 8. Patel's first run. Cox on 10. John Simpson is doing some directing of the field. A very warm welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra with the news that Sussex have had a very good morning here at Hove. Leicestershire beginning on 154 for 4, leading by 52, but already this morning They've lost 4 wickets as Robinson is in and bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Ben Cox. Through to keeper Simpson. There is no run. Ollie Robinson's figures: 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 46. It was Robinson who got things underway this morning. He bowled Johnny Tattersall in the first over of the morning. Tattersall leaving a ball outside his off stump that nipped back and hit the top of off stump. Then a complete misunderstanding. Steve Eskenazi run out without adding his overnight score for 26. Eskenazi's 40 ended up at the same end as Ben Cox, but he had to go. Next man out, Ben Green, who was bowled by a beauty by Finn Hudson-Prentice for a single. And then Tom Scriven chipping Finn Hudson-Prentice to mid-wicket and caught by Jack Leaning. Hudson-Prentice's 3rd wicket of the innings. So the lead here is just, where are we? 72.
Hudson-Prentice round the wicket to Ajaz Patel, who leans forward, plays with an angled bat, pushes it out to backward point where Charlie Tier is the fielder. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex and Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Your commentary team on day 4, just the 2 of us, but given that Leicestershire are 20 for 4 in the first 55 minutes of play, well, we may not need to be here too much longer unless, Sports Extra listeners, the weather intervenes. It is pretty threatening away to the north. In goes Hudson-Prentice, outside off stump he bowls. Patel leaves, and always after he's survived a delivery just gives his left sort of thigh pad a little punch. There are, however, from Leicestershire's point of view, only 12.4 overs until a new ball is available, and Sussex have Henry Crocombe in reserve, but at the moment Robinson, the Sussex skipper, is keeping himself and Hudson-Prentice going. They've bowled throughout the first hour, and they've both bowled beautifully, and they have bowled Sussex to win within sniffing distance of their 3rd championship victory in the first 5 games. In goes Hudson-Prentice and bowls, this time from over the wicket, so stepping across, Patel almost lets it hit his thigh pad, really. Just sort of gesture at it with his bottom hand off the bat, and it does thump into the thigh pad, bounces down on the leg side. Our various weather apps have been suggesting a possibility of a shower in the early afternoon, but the weather on this side of the South Downs, between the South Downs and the sea, can do some strange things. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls straight, and very solid forward defensive from Ajaz Patel, the New Zealand international left arm spinner, who made a very good 60 or so against Nottinghamshire last week, his first class career best against a very good attack. 174 though for 8. He's got it all on if he and Cox and last man Tom Helm are going to have any real chance of saving Leicestershire. Round the wicket goes Hudson-Prentice and bowls outside off stump. Good leave from Ajaz Patel. Doesn't do too much on this occasion. One wouldn't necessarily expect it to, given its aid, but it was sort of shaping back a little bit. It wasn't so very far from off stump, hence the 1 or 2 little cries from behind the stumps where John Simpson is clapping his blood red gauntlets. Sort of, they look like proper leather, dark red wicket keeping gloves. Pleasingly old fashioned. Round the wicket goes Hudson-Prentice and bowls and straight, and Patel covers up nicely. And in fairness to Hudson-Prentice, who, as I say, has bowled beautifully this morning, just that last over did look a fraction down on pace. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 37 for him. Nothing with which to reproach himself. He's been magnificent this morning, but it may now be time for a change. We shall see. 174 for 8.
I think we are going to get that change. He's going to come from the Cromwell Road end, and it's going to be Henry Crocombe, who's had a good weekend. Henry Crocombe, he picked up his county cap number 166 for Sussex over the weekend. Spoke to Henry last night. That interview's available on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed, and was saying he had absolutely no idea until he came down the pavilion steps and noticed that his family were gathered at the bottom, his mum and dad and other members of the family and suddenly realised what was going on.
It's a good interview. It's well worth a listen. But he talked about his development here at the club, didn't he? The work of James Kirtley and people like that, and the way he feels so much stronger now and able to come back and bowl quickly for third and fourth spells.
He's coming in now over the wicket and bowls, and Cox plays rather loosely outside of the offside, gets a big thick inside edge, and John Simpson fields the ball going down the leg side. He also picked up his 100th first-class wicket yesterday, and he's also an Arsenal supporter, so he was very pleased when we were interviewing him. In fact, as I just finished the interview, there was a cheer from inside the dressing room because West Ham had scored, and poor Henry scooted up the steps. He was with a worried look on his face, but in the end he needn't have done. In comes Crocombe bowls, and right in behind that is Cox, plays it down the offside for the track. There is no run. He's noticeably quicker, isn't he, Crocombe?
He is, and just to finish that point, he didn't need to because the goal was disallowed, in case you're not a football supporter.
Totally, yes.
Updates time for me. See you in a minute or two.
Crocombe back to his mark, runs in again and bowls, and Cox drives pleasantly into offside. They'll take a one and they'll come back for two. That's well placed by Ben Cox through the covers. Sussex allowing the single. Never quite sure about the business of allowing runs to be tough, and he's taken two. He goes to 12, the total 176 for 8. Just the one slip in place now and a short extra cover. Comes Crocombe bowls, and Cox eases that one down towards third man. They've taken one, there shouldn't be two here, and Charlie Tier is very quickly in from third man to field, which will mean that Crocombe's got the opportunity to bowl to Ajaz Patel. 177 for 8, Patel on 1, Cox on 13, the lead 75. For those just joining us for the first time on Sports Extra this morning, Leicestershire beginning the day on 154 for 4 with a lead of 52, but they've had the middle order absolutely ripped out by Sussex this morning. They've lost 4 wickets. Ollie Robinson with a wicket in the first over of the morning, 2 to Finn Hudson-Prentice, and a calamitous run out where Steve Eskenazi and Ben Cox both ended up at the same end of the pitch. Henry Crocombe now coming in around the wicket with 2 slips and a leg slip to bowl to the left-handed Patel. He's in and bowls, and Patel is forward confidently and just plays straight out into the offside. Crocombe nips round and fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. The clouds are gathering around Hove. The weather forecast suggesting that is some rain on the way for round about lunchtime, maybe early afternoon. So Sussex will be desperate to take these 2 wickets and get batting and try and knock these runs off. Crocombe with 2 slips and a leg slip comes into the left-handed Patel. He's in and bowls, and Patel almost chops that one onto his own stumps. The ball bounces over the stumps. It's the end of Henry Crocombe's over. He's bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens, taken 1 for 15. Leicestershire are 177 for 8. Ajaz Patel is on 1. Ben Cox is on 13. There are 11 overs to go until a new ball would be available for Sussex. The lead is 75. Sussex looking for their 3rd county championship win of the season, ahead of a trip to Taunton next week. Now we are going to get a change of bowling, and it looks like we're going to get off spin for the first time today. Jack Carson is going to come in to bowl from the C end of the ground. Charlie Tier has nipped off, or rather I should say some protective pads etc have been bought out for him. Just keeping up to date with everything else that's going on in the county championship today. In Cardiff, Glamorgan are chipping away. They're 163 for 5, needing another 120 to beat Somerset. Very much looked like it's heading for a draw at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire are 152 for 2. Ben Duckett 58 not out for the champions. The lead there for Nottinghamshire is now 118. Edgbaston, it looks like Yorkshire are sliding to a heavy defeat against Warwickshire. 120 for 7 in their second innings still needing a very unlikely 429 to win, so that'd be a very good win for Warwickshire, who were in all sorts of trouble in that match, bowled out for just 147 in their first innings. 4 wickets there for the persevering Ethan Bamber, who very rarely seems to get mentioned in sort of England dispatches, but if you're looking for someone who takes plenty of wickets, Ethan Bamber certainly does, and he's certainly in the wickets at Edgbaston in this match. In the second division, Northamptonshire 103 for 3, still needing 273 to avoid an innings defeat at Derby. Kent 29 for 2 at Bristol, needing another 232 to beat Gloucestershire.
Carson steps in and bowls and almost goes through Cox there. Simpson reaching to his left, that turned markedly. It looked to turn, maybe out of the footholds, and it's run down to very fine leg. It's picked up down there by Coles, and a couple of extras are taken, both of them byes, but that seemed to rip a little bit. Woof! That went a long way, bounce and turn straight away for Carson. That will concern Cox. He's gotten away with it, and Leicestershire have somehow added 2 to their score. Carson steps in again and bowls. Back goes a wary Cox and pushes the ball back up the pitch to Carson, bowling in sunglasses, heavy grey cloud notwithstanding. But it's not quite as heavy as it was. It's broken a little bit. Carson steps in, bowls, gives it some air. Cox is forward again, not entirely convincingly. A big forward stretch from the former Worcestershire man. Daniel Hughes down here in front of us, chewing gum at long on. I'd be surprised if Cox tries to clear him. There is both a long on and long off, however, perhaps looking to give him one. In goes Carson, bowls. Cox goes back and nibbles it around the corner, looks up because it's going quite close to more or less straight to James Coles. However, Patel had immediately worked out that there was a run to be taken and was galloping towards him. Cox responded, and indeed the one was taken comfortably enough. Cox on to 14, 180 for 8, the lead 78. This could be interesting. 2 slips and a short leg as Carson goes round the wicket with footholds to bowl into to the left-handed Patel, but that one is on towards the leg stump, so Patel can nibble it around the corner. Nobody moves from it before suddenly James Coles realises that he's going to have to be the one who chases it back from first slip down towards long leg. He does. Takes him a few seconds to get there, and by that time Patel and Cox have taken a couple.
Yes, that was quite funny, wasn't it? Everybody sort of stood and just watched.
Oh, it's me. Carson is in bowls and Patel is solidly forward, dropping the ball down at the pitch on the offside. So the first ball aside, Leicestershire managed to negotiate that over in reasonable comfort, but that first was an absolute ripper. 182 for 8.
It is indeed. Just finishing up those scores around the country. Kent 30 for 2, and we ought to mention Zach Crawley, who's sadly out. Well, unfortunately for Jack Crawley, out again. He's just made 17, so not had a great start to the season as the current England opener. Whether he will remain so, we'll have to see. 182 for 8. There's a bit of gardening going on out in the middle there with Ben Cox, who's 14 not out. He will battle away. Just the one slip in place. There's a third man, a deep point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men sat back on the leg side as in comes Crocombe bowls, and Cox plays very fluently and elegantly into the offside. Picks up a single fielded by Jack Carson, whose throw goes over the head of John Simpson, but it's backed up by Jack leaning 1 run to Cox, who goes to 15 here on Sports Extra. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray on what is now a cloudy day at Hove. Quite a breezy day as well. The Sussex and Leicestershire flags are billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right hand side. And Henry Crocombe in his 9th over, figures of 1 for 16, running in down the hill here at Hove. around the wicket bowls to Patel, who works this one down to fine. He's going to pick up a boundary here, is Ajaz Patel. Nothing wrong with that. And it's bounced over the ropes.
Into the tyre.
Yes,
Now that, well done.
Well done,
Tier's
Charlie
pitched
Tier.
it straight away. I thought that was going to be really difficult to find.
It was. There's a little trolley down below us that's probably got about 20 tyres in, which the ground staff used to secure the covers, and the ball bounced straight into the little trolley.
And the tyres are in stacks, and it went straight into the middle of one of the stacks. So it looked like he was going to have to get into one of the stacks of tyres, which would have been funny.
It would have been funny. That's forced a change in the field. Now they've now got a gully in place as well as the 2 slips. There's Crocombe. Comes in again down the hill. Bowls to Patel, I think he looks very competent for a number 10. Ajaz Patel. He works that into the gully and there is no run.
He's impressed with his batting. He says he's worked very hard on it. In recent years, he's quite an experienced cricketer now, obviously New Zealand international.
Well, he's suddenly getting behind the line to Henry Crocombe, and Henry's was a good lick. In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Patel again works that one down to fine leg. Now on this occasion it's just a single because Charlie Tier is in very quickly to field, but not before Patel goes through for another single. He goes to 8, 188 for 8. The lead is 86.
He's hoping, obviously, with New Zealand coming to England to play over the summer, to be involved, essentially. He makes no secret of that.
Has he signed permanently for Leicestershire, Richard, or was it for
this
a
season?
Yes, yeah.
But obviously there'll be all sorts of clauses about if picked for
No, of course.
international selection, then that's what he'll go and do.
Crocombe in again. Bowls, and Cox seems to have plenty of time. He's up on his toes and punches that away through the covers. He's taken one. Jack Carson in hot pursuit, but he can't do anything about preventing a second run. So Ben Cox goes to a very competent 17. Leicestershire to 190 for 8. Beginning the day, just a reminder, on 154 for 4, but losing 4 for 20. 2 wickets for Hudson Prentice, 1 to Robinson, and a run out. But these two are just steadying lead Leicester. There's a long way to go for Leicestershire, but they're doing their best to get some sort of a lead. As in comes Crocombe, bowls to Cox, who's hammered that one away. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot. A little too wide from Henry Crocombe, and Ben Cox cut that ball away firmly through backward point. That's a lovely shot. He goes to 21, and Leicestershire to 194 for 8, and the lead now is 92.
Timed it beautifully. Charlie Tier wasn't too far from the path of the ball, but didn't move. It absolutely whistled past him. A couple of yards to his right, and this partnership is now worth 24 between these two, and the lead is still only 92. And I don't think there'd be any sort of concerns in the Sussex dressing room until it gets to, well, at least double that, you would have thought. If the weather becomes a factor, but at the moment I don't think it's going to. Carson then around the wicket with his off spin. Patel, surrounded by close fielders, pushes forward, drops the ball down to short leg. There is a short leg, a leg slip, a slip, and a short extra cover. Now going back a few steps. Tom Clark is at that short extra. Carson is in, and there's a shout for leg before he's gone. Carson got win with a ball that just went on with the arm. Ajaz Patel stretching forward on off stump. Michael Goff, he may have been hard to convince throughout the game, but he didn't wait very long there. On off stump, Carson has made the breakthrough, and what a morning this continues to be for Sussex. Yeah, it just went straight on with the arm, and Ajaz Patel sort of half forward, looked like it was going straight on to hit sort of middle and leg really. Carson punches the air. Again, another outstanding really piece of captaincy by Ollie Robinson, bringing Carson on. And well, 194 for 9. What did they start at? 154 for 4.
Yeah,
so 40 for 5 this morning.
Yeah, well,
right? Yeah.
As Tom Helm pointed us out, a couple of emails have come in. One for yourself, Richard. We from Arjan, who says, I must say I'm very sad to hear this is Richard's last season. I'm a Sussex supporter. I've always had a soft spot for Leicestershire, and I found myself listening to a lot of their commentary. I've always found Richard's style similar to Adrian's, which is quite reassuring, so thank you.
We both look at each other wondering whether that's a good thing or not, don't
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad you think we're reassuring,
yeah,
Arjan.
I do appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you, Arjan.
But he's got a question for you, Richard. He said, I was wondering what Richard thought about Rehan Ahmed's bowling. Does he have the consistency to be a test match spinner? It seems likely to me that it'll be picked after doing well last season and having had a strong winter. Either way, I'm just not sure if his bowling is consistent enough to be able to hold an end down at test level. Any thoughts? Great question.
Good question, yes. I mean, we obviously haven't seen too much of him because he's gone up this season, because he's gone off to the IPL, the India Premier League, and making a good living over there. He didn't bowl many poor balls in the matches in which he played earlier this season, but there is a sort of bit of a feeling as Carson prepares to bowl to Tom Helm, the right-hander, so he's going over the wicket, bowls to Helm, who is forward, bit outside edgy as he pushes it into the offside, that Rehan's ultimate strength may actually lie in his batting, and he might turn into a sort of batsman who bowls leg spin, so to speak, occasionally, rather than leg spin being his sort of primary skill. But he does give it a rip, and he wants to keep doing both. Obviously, in goes Carson. Helm is forward again, defending this time into the onside. He may just be limited slightly, Arjan, by his stature. He's such a... He's not a tall man, as you know, and he doesn't tend to get an awful lot of bounce. He's become more consistent with his bowling. Doesn't drag, not as many drag downs as Carson bowls and Helm is forward. But whether he gets enough bounce and turn to really discomfort international bats, I would question slightly. Might be effective in one-day cricket, but he may not have enough at international test match level. Helm pushes out wide this time of Tom Clark. That's shortish mid-wicket. In comes Dan Ibrahim to field, and applause for Jack Carson, because another important breakthrough affected by him. Helm has a single, Cox has 21, Leicestershire 195 for 9, lead by 93.
Nice message here from Stephen Williams. Richard, I'm happy that you won't be covering Leicestershire after next week's game at Essex. He says, as a Sussex supporter and member, I have over many years enjoyed and admired Richard's excellent commentaries of matches between the two counties. Richard is always knowledgeable, informative and fluent, expertly describing events as they unfold. Richard's departure will be a great loss to cricket broadcasting and should be reconsidered by BBC Radio Leicester. So I'll forward that on to you. Richard, do you have, as long as you're happy for me to do that, Stephen.
Oh, yeah, that's really kind. Thank you, Stephen.
Henry Crocombe is on his way from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Helm, who's right inside this, right behind it I should say, plays it into the offside, fielded by Carson. There is no run. 2 slips, a third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a leg slip and a fine leg as Tom Helm readjusts his arm guard and just waits for Henry Crocombe, who is back to his mark already. In his 10th over, figures of 1 for 27. Crocombe, the Leicestershire lead is 93. Crocombe is in and bowls. Helm right in behind this and plays that into the offside. And again, there is no run. The cloud situation hasn't changed much in the last sort of half an hour. I mean, there's a lot of heavy, threatening cloud over towards the Downs. The wind seems to have dropped a bit. The flags are now pretty much limped to the flagpole. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. As Crocombe makes his way in again and bowls, Helm lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is a no run. Yorkshire have lost more wickets up at Edgbaston, now 131 for 8. So it looks like Warwickshire are going to claim what would be, I think, their third victory of the season. Sorry, their second victory of the season. Look to be a strong side this year, Warwickshire. Crocombe. in again. Bowles and Helm clips firmly to mid-wicket, fielded there by Ibrahim, and there is no run.
This win will really keep Sussex right up there.
Yeah, and if they hadn't lost the 12 points, which they were deducted, they would be in a very strong position after 3 games,
If they
provided they win this game.
23 from this game. Well, yes, they'll be right on among the big boys. The Notts and the Somersets and the Surreys and the Essexes and the Warwickshires.
Crocombe down the hill, Bowles. Helm drives without timing. Crocombe fills off his own bowling, and there is no run to his left-hand side. And this little run of matches, Sussex, of the first 6 games, 2 at home, this one this week, and they played Warwickshire, 4 away. So there's been a lot of travel for Sussex, and they'll be probably having tomorrow off and maybe Wednesday, I don't know, but then back on the coach on Thursday down to Taunton, which is always a tough assignment down in the West Country. Crocombe in and bowls, Helm right in behind the line. The ball just dribbles down the track. Henry Crocombe bends down and fields the ball. End of Henry Crocombe's over. 10 overs, 5 maidens, Richard, I think it is. Yes, 1 for 27. 195 for 9. Sussex, Leicestershire leading by 93.
Like that down in the West Country. Everything's up from here, isn't it? Over in the West Country, perhaps.
And next week you go to Chelmsford, is that right?
Yes,
Right,
yes.
Okay. We've had a very good win over, well, I say good win over Hampshire. Hampshire bottom of the table, as we know.
Yeah, and there'll be quite a lot of concern among Leicestershire supporters, I would think. Fox is the only side in the First Division yet to pick up a win. And that will be 2 draws, and assuming they do go on to lose this game, if they do, it'll be 2 draws and 3 defeats. And the defeats have been heavy-ish ones. Carson into Cox from the C end. Bowles. Cox is forward, pushing out into the offside. Simpson trots out from behind the stumps to field. But I shall certainly miss coming to good old Sussex by the sea and watching the martlets.
Well, missed you coming, Richard.
I shall probably come and just sit and enjoy and sit in the deck chairs.
Yeah.
In goes Carson and Bowles, and back goes Cox, plays it out into the completely vacant offside, vacant in terms of single saving fielders. Ollie Carter's with us. He comes jogging into field.
Good spot.
One taken.
So who's off? Is it Hudson Prentice? I think it might be.
Can't see him. I can't see a number 33 out there. So I think you're right. Carson into Helm, who is forward competently, just turning his wrists on the defensive push, runs it out to mid-wicket.
I mean, a new ball would be available if Leicestershire get that far in 6 overs after this.
But every chance of Sussex not needing it. 42 for 5 this morning. In goes Carson. Bowles. It spins on down the leg side, but from sort of middle out beyond leg stump, so Helm can leave. A mournful cry of a lone goal. In goes Carson and Bowles. Forward goes Helm, playing it down towards short leg. Who has been throughout most of the match, Charlie Tier, I think it still is. Hughes and the offside at long on, retreats from mid on to long on. All the fielders on the offside do likewise. They don't all go to long on, but they all go to the boundary to give or to offer a single to Tom Helm, but Helm isn't for taking it, just defends that final ball of the over from Carson out into the offside. Simpson comes out to field, end of Carson's second over of the day, I think. 13 overs, 1 for 45, but an important one, that Patel wicket. The spinner's art, very much in evidence. Delivery that just went on with the arm a little bit. Didn't really turn. Patel, a left arm spinner himself, looking for a little bit of turn, played outside the line. It thumped into his shin and was palpably, as they sometimes say, leg before wicket.
I've just put the heater on, Richard.
You're chilly.
Yeah. Well, you've got shorts on, huh? Oh. In comes Crocombe, over the wicket, bowls to Cox, who's right in behind this. Ben Cox plays it to James Coles, who's fielding in his sun hat. A short extra cover. There's a slip and a third man. A deep cover point. Coles at short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. It was bitterly cold is probably overdoing, but it was really cold here yesterday. Those spectators who saw it out get top marks because it was pretty miserable cricket watching weather yesterday. Crocombe is on his way. Bowls and Cox pulls. Down to square leg. Picks up. Oh, he decides not to take the single. That's the first time he's decided not to pick up runs, Ben Cox. He's very much trusted his partner, but on this occasion he's decided he's not going to take the single. He remains on 22, 196 for 9. The lead is 94. The Leicestershire photographer said it was like being at Burton Albion on a...
Worse
than being at Burton Albion
on a Tuesday night in January.
Comes Crocombe. Bowls, and that one flies over the head of Cox. And there is no run taken by Simpson.
I don't know if you've ever been to the Burton Stadium. It is a little exposed.
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah, because and I've been to both. They moved grounds a few years ago. Yeah, I remember actually.
Pirelli Stadium, I believe it is.
Yeah, it is. I commentated on a game on an on-league game. Woking were playing there, and the great Brian Clough was still alive at the time. He was sitting in the front row. I think Nigel was managing. Yeah, he was. Yeah. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Cox plays for. That's a lovely. He's going to hit 4 runs, and that's a very good shot for a number of reasons. Number one, he's played it beautifully, but the placement is between the fielder at third man and the fielder at deep backward point. He's completely bisected the pair. So excellent cricket by Ben Cox. That's a lovely shot. He goes to 26, and Leicestershire to 200 for 9, and the lead is 98. So they're just. He's just desperately trying to give the Leicestershire bowlers something to bowl at. And of course, the more they get, the longer it's going to take Sussex to get them, and there might be a bit of weather around as well later today. So Sussex will be very keen to polish this innings off. Crocombe in again, bowls to Cox, who plays this firmly into the covers, fielded by Coles, and there is no run. Henry Crocombe, 1 for 31. He's got 1 ball to go in his 11th over. Ollie Carter is still on the field. He's fielding down at fine leg. And I'm pretty certain it is... Is it Finn Hudson Prentice who's off, or is that Finn over there at deep backward square? Either way, 1 more ball to go in this over. Crocombe in, bowls, Cox hits this one. That's going to be another 4. That's a lovely shot. He's on the back foot and he's punched that away through the covers for another boundary. So 8 runs coming off that Henry Crocombe over. And I said when Ben Cox came out to bat that he tends to make runs against Sussex, and he's doing so again today. The Leicestershire lead now is over 100. 102 is the lead. Finn Hudson Prentice was off the field. He's coming trotting back on. Daniel Hughes has taken the opportunity to go off the field, so Ollie Carter is staying on for the time being. 204 for 9 here on BBC Radio Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray, your commentary team, and some lower order resistance here from Leicestershire.
Well, it sounds a bit better, but they've only added 10, or Cox has added 9 of them. Helm a single. Helm it will be who is on strike to Jack Carson. In goes the off spinner. Helm forward, strokes it out a little airily towards mid wicket where Tom Clark is the fielder. Carson just takes his time to grasp the ball. In he goes, tosses it right up, and again Helm is forward. And you can sometimes see with sort of numbers 10 and 11 that they're perfectly capable of solid defence for long periods, but once they start to get a little bit more confident and they start to try and stroke the ball when they've been in for a few balls, that's when they become vulnerable basically. And when they're looking to be a little bit more positive, in goes Carson, back goes Helm, and He's solid in defence there, turning that one again to Clark at mid-wicket. Don't get ambitious, just look to stay there really, and try and, especially if you've got a batsman at the other end. And at the moment Cox is playing nicely, 30 off 44. Carson is in, Helm is forward. There's a sounded a little bit woody. The ball popped up to Robinson at slip, and there was a sort of quite a theatrical appeal from Carson, because I say it sounded a little bit woody, and then he's asking for Gough to explain to him what did that hit. He wasn't sure, and Michael Gough immediately shook his head. We'll have a look at a replay in due course, I'm sure. But you ask. It just popped up to Robinson. Carson is in, Helm is forward, and defending him to the on side. It might just have come off the foot of Tom Helm. Not quite sure. Maybe at the end of the over. It's quite hard to squeeze in replays in between Carson deliveries, because he gets through his overs pleasingly quickly. In he goes and bowls. Helm goes back and defends. It is a maiden, and Cox claps his hand with the bat to applaud Helm's stoic defence there.
Daniel Hughes trots back onto the field and means the 12th man, Ollie Carter, goes running off. Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Ben Cox clapping his back there, and saying well done to Tom Helm for holding out in that over. 204 for 9. The lead is 102. Now changing the bowling. Henry Crocombe has been taken out of the attack. Ollie Robinson, we've noticed this, and Richard's picked up on it this week, and it has been notable through the season that Robinson doesn't let things drift for very long. If things aren't going right, he's very quick to change the bowling, and I think his captaincy's been very astute this season for Sussex in his first season in charge. So spin from both ends. There could be a couple of reasons for this. Not least the fact that perhaps Ollie Robinson just wants to hasten towards this new ball, which will be available in 4 overs' time. There is a slip and a leg slip as James Coles is in. Around the wicket, bowls to Ben Cox, and Cox whips this one away on the leg side, takes a single to deep backwards square leg. One more to the total. Cox goes to 31.
Single off the first ball.
Yeah, so he's not frightened to allow Tom Helm on strike. Helm in the first innings for Leicestershire was not out 8, and certainly didn't look in too much trouble. And he's facing James Coles, who's in and bowls, and Helm is clipping this one to square leg. There is no run. I have to say, I think the clouds are getting a little lower and a little greyer. Sorry.
Right,
I can only report what I'm seeing. There's the Coles is in again. Bowls, Helm is solidly forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run.
It's our default mode, isn't it, to be slightly nervous as winds approach.
Yeah, totally.
What could go wrong?
Coles in, bowls, Helm's hit on the thigh pad, the ball bounces out onto the offside, fielded by Carson. Again, there is no run. Yes, I mean, there may be other reasons for Ollie Robinson bringing James Coles in, but I think he's just keen to get his hands on this new ball as quickly as he possibly can. And if Sussex get a wicket, well, it's a bonus. Coles in, bowls to Helm, who clips to mid-wicket. Again, there is no run. The field spreads because Ollie Robinson is going to allow Helm to take a single here. Ben Cox comes down the wicket, and the two have a little natter. Sort of little and large, aren't they? Tom Helm and Ben Cox. The wicket keeper and the tall fast bowler. Still a slip and a short leg and a leg slip as Coles in again, bowls right up in the block hole, and Helm defends. There is no run, so James Coles rattles through the over, just the one run coming off of it. He's bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 18. Leicestershire 205 for 9. The lead is 103. New ball available in 3 overs' time. Those spectators that are here, and there aren't that many, are pretty well wrapped up against the elements today again. So if you are thinking of coming down to see Sussex when they eventually get to bat, certainly bring a coat. I don't think the forecast is great for this week either. I was looking
No.
below average temperatures, talking about a frost in parts of the country tonight, so very un-May-like.
Jack Carson in from the sea end, bowls to Ben Cox. Slog sweeps him out to deep mid-wicket, and again, off the first ball of the over, takes one. Well, a couple of overs, he did turn down early singles, but no longer so doing.
No.
Leicestershire extend their lead to 104. So we are, I would guess now, going to go past lunch. Updates time for Adrian as Carson goes in and smacked over mid-wicket by Tom Helm to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a one bounce or two bounce four. Got lots of that one.
Yeah, he did. Yep, nothing wrong with that.
We'll let Adrian jump in here as the traffic news continues.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, just put a big foot down the wicket, and nothing wrong with that was at all. Just clipped the ball away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Very nearly went for 6, actually. Just bounced about a yard inside the boundary. In comes Carson. Bowls, and Helm clips the ball to mid-on, fielded by Daniel Hughes. And there is no run. Carson. Yes, hello Sarah. Well, it's been a good morning here for Sussex because they picked up 5 Leicestershire wickets. Leicestershire beginning the day on 154 for 4. They're now 210 for 9. But Sussex desperate to take this final last wicket. And then they'll be chasing down 108 to win this game because rain is due a little later on today. 2 wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice, 1 for Ollie Robinson, both who have bowled excellently this morning. The game at Trent Bridge looked like it's heading for a draw between the sides first and second in the Championship, Nottinghamshire and Surrey. Notts 195 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 161. Carson in bowls, reverse swept by Ben Cox. That's a lovely shot, and it's 4 more. Ball rolls away down to the fine leg boundary. Ben Cox goes to 36. Leicestershire to 215 for 9. 10 runs off this over. I wonder whether these two have just thought to themselves, do you know what? The new ball is around the corner. Let's get what we totally. Yeah, you know they'll have half an eye on the weather as well. Now, Ollie Robinson has brought the field up here to prevent Ben Cox taking a single. As in comes Carson over the wicket bowls. Cox is down the wicket, hammers it away, and that's going to be 4 more. So 14 off the over. Ben Cox moves to 40, Leicestershire to 219 for 9, and I think our summary was probably right, Richard. They've just decided let's take what we can while we can. Tom Helm has looked pretty comfortable against the spin bowlers. Ollie Robinson making a sign towards the dressing room. The new ball is 2 overs away. The lead for Leicestershire now 117. And James Coles is going to carry on bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
23 minutes or so until lunch now. I mean, if you had offered Sussex 5 wickets this morning, let alone the possibility of 6, I think they would have snapped your hand off. In goes Coles, back goes Helm, and defends back up the pitch to Coles. Sweeps that impressive mane of hair back from his forehead. Jealous, that's all, James. In he goes. Bowls. Quicker delivery, and it's a touch short, bit of a drag down for the left armour. Coles, though, fields off his own bowling as Helm is unable to take full advantage. Played it firmly back down the pitch to the left armour, who is stepping in already. Again a little bit short. Again Helm goes back and punches off the back foot. This time the stop is made at extra cover by Tom Clark, whose hands then quickly go back into his pockets to keep them warm. Coles is in. Back goes Helm because it's another short ball, and this time it's disappeared over mid-wicket for 4. Well, 3 in a row. He missed out on the first 2, but he didn't miss out on the third. Tom Helm, he moves into double figures. He moves on to 10. Ben Cox has 40. Leicestershire 2-2-3 now for 9. These two have added therefore 29 for the 10th wicket so far.
Yeah.
Irritating, but no more than that for Sussex at the moment. Coles is in that. He's tossed up rather more nicely in terms of length as well, and just nibbled around towards backward square by Helm. Leaning comes into field and then heads off to the deep backward square boundary as they offer Helm a single. Coles is in. Helm plays a very correct forward defensive. Back up the pitch goes the ball. Coles lets it run up his foot and leg, and then takes his sweater from umpire Shunmagun, because I suspect that may be his work with the ball done.
Yeah.
9 overs, no maidens, none for 22 in this innings, but only 1 over left until the new ball becomes available. Will he take it just before lunch? I suspect he will.
Yeah,
straight away.
I do as well. I mean, these last 2 wickets have added 53, so you never know.
The lead 1-2-1 then. As I say, it needs to be. I don't think there'll be any nerves until it gets sort of 180, 200, and that is an awful long way off.
Jack Carson coming in over the wicket to bowl to Ben Cox, who reverse sweeps and decides on this occasion not to take the single.
Why not this time?
Do you know, that's weird, isn't it? I don't quite understand that. Either way, he's staying put. Maybe he's got his eyes on clearing the ropes. We shall see. Still a slip and a short leg. Carson in again over the wicket, bowls, and Cox.
Oh.
Well, he comes down the wicket, but there's a big thick inside edge. The ball ends up with James Coles down at fine leg, and again he decides not to take the single, does Ben Cox. 2:23 for 9. Carson back to his mark. They're now changing the field again. Ollie Robinson, he's got 3 men out on the leg side. Well, 2 men right on the fence, and Tom Clark sort of 2/3 of the way to the boundary at mid wicket. On the offside, there's 3 men on the fence. Carson in bowls. Cox flicks this one firmly onto the onside, but fielded by Clark. Again, Cox could have taken the single if he'd wanted it, but decided against for some reason. Carson again just waits, reorganising his field. So there's a long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square. As Carson is in, bowls, Cox is down the wicket, hammers that down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. 1 bounce. Just step down the wicket. That's what he's been trying to do all over, isn't it? But they put it up as 6. That wasn't 6.
No, it was 4. It was well short, and it was signalled 4 actually by umpire Golf.
Yes, I don't know why.
Let's put up 6.
Yeah, why have they put 6? Oh, they've changed it. So Daniel Hughes has retrieved the ball.
John Simpson looking very stern behind the stumps.
Well, that's 44 to Ben Cox. 44 or 52 balls. The lead is 125. Just giving Leicestershire bowlers something to bowl at. Comes Carson again, bowls, and Cox is hit on the pad. There's a appeal from Jack Carson, but only Jack Carson. There is no run. It's got a little gloomy.
4 miles too high.
Yeah.
That was the first impression, wasn't it? Hit it actually above the pads. Turned though.
So, Sussex are now bringing in the field. I think they'll be happy to concede the boundary here, Sussex, because I imagine that they will take the new ball after this delivery, and I imagine Ollie Robinson will be hurtling down the hill to bowl to Tom Helm. So, here comes Carson. Let's see what Ben Cox does. He's in and bowls, and Cox reverse sweeps. Has he played onto his own stumps? I thought
he missed it.
I thought for a minute he played onto his own stumps. Either way, end of the over. So Jack Carson, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31.
There goes the old ball.
Yeah. And Robinson not hesitating, and I didn't think that he would for one moment.
Umpire Shunmughan shows the new ball to the scorers.
But these 2 wickets, the 8th wicket went down on 170, so the last 2 wickets have added 57 runs. The majority of those to Ben Cox, and Ollie Robinson is going to come back with the new ball from the Cromwell Road end, and he will be bowling to Tom Helm. Robinson with 2 wickets to his name, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 46, and he'll be hoping that he can polish off this Leicestershire innings.
Chipped in the air, just short of mid-off, and Hughes overruns the ball, but he doesn't concede any runs. Have we done that?
I don't know. Perhaps in an update or something.
Yes, that will have been it. It's a sad reflection, isn't it, that I can still be surprised by something like this after 13 or 14 years. Surely by now.
That's just me confusing things, Richard. That's what it is.
Robinson is in and bowls. Helm is beaten on the outside edge of the ball that bounces and nips away, straightens, and suddenly it's a very different game again. It has gone dark, you know.
Yes, it has.
No floodlights though at the moment, and well, if these 2 can get through to lunch, I'll be frankly slightly surprised. Helm on 10. Crouches as in goes Robinson, bowls 2 in, plays that one nicely to mid-wicket, nice piece of timing, but a good scrambling stop there by Jack Carson keeps Helm on strike. Wind has got up a little bit, but the flags, which have been blowing from sort of east to west for much of the game, are now going from west to east, northwest to southeast. We do have heavy stuff over the ground at the moment, but it is travelling, it is moving. I think we're going to be okay through to lunch, that's for sure. Robinson in, bowls. Helm again gets a brute of a delivery that, well, he would have to be a very, very good batsman to edge that one.
Yeah.
Bounce and straightens and a little bit too good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Here come the floodlights.
Just for, I think they can now switch them off and on fairly quickly, can't they? It used to be that you had to give them 20 minutes to properly warm up. Well, whether they leave them on during the lunch interval remains to be seen. Robinson is in, Helm is edging and he's caught behind. Leicestershire are all out. Tom Helm goes, caught by John Simpson, bowled by Ollie Robinson for 10. Leicestershire are all out for 227, and really Sussex now, it should be, emphasise should be, something of a formality to go ahead and win this game. But again, the new ball taken straight away. Robinson's captaincy borne out. He finishes with 3 for 46 from 18.5 overs. The captain does the trick, and Leicestershire, the lead is 125. Sussex will need 126 to record their 3rd victory of the season.
So whether we will, I think, will we get an over before lunch? We might do, you know, because lunch isn't until 1 o'clock. So Hughes and Clark will have an over to face, I think, before the break. So well done, Sussex. I mean, I think if they'd have said to Ollie Robinson this morning, you'll get Leicestershire out by lunch, I think he would have definitely he'd have taken that. Richard and I think we'll just have a breather for 10 minutes. Gary Wallace-Taylor from the Sussex community side of things was going to come and have a natter, which may be very opportune if he's around the ground today. But if not, we'll speak to you again when
8
Sussex
minutes time.
resume. Yeah. Thank you for listening. Well, welcome back to Hove, where we are indeed going to get an over before lunch. Certainly one over, as Daniel Hughes and Tom Clark make their way down the pavilion steps. The Leicestershire players coming out as well. The heavy roller has been on. The floodlights are also on. Heavy cloud all around Hove, which Sussex supporters will be keeping a close eye on, I'm sure. But if you're just joining us, Sussex needing 126 to win, and what the clock on the scoreboard is showing the time, and we may potentially get to. It depends how quickly. Looks like Ian Holland is going to take the new ball from the C end of the ground. Tom Helm is out there. He's down at fine leg. I thought he might have taken the new ball, but anyway. We're getting underway. Leicestershire straight on the attack with 4 slips because they need wickets here.
The fact that Helm is actually warming up at long leg suggests that the Leicestershire think that we're going to get 2. Maybe the umpires have said we'll get 2. Don't want to be messing around though, if they want to get 2.
No, certainly, because they'll go by the clock on the scoreboard. But it is going to be Ian Holland who's going to get us underway. Sussex with this chase of 126. As Holland is in around the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and Tom Clark with a play and a miss. He'll be disappointed about that, to miss out. Rather a wild delivery, and Clark twiddles his bat and is annoyed that he didn't tuck that one away down to fine leg for a boundary. Tom Helm is warming up, as Richard says, furiously in front of the players' pavilion. 4 slips. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Holland comes in with the second ball of the innings. Bowls. Clark is forward, defensively placed to mid-off, fielded by Ben Green, and there is no run. Elsewhere, I suspect that Yorkshire may have lost, and there was 9 wickets down when I looked a few moments ago. Indeed, they have 377 runs. That's a bit of a hiding, isn't it? Holland in bowls. Clark drives firmly through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. Past Ben Green at short extra cover. The ball thumps into the advertising hoardings, and Sussex are on their way. 4 without loss, needing another 122 to win.
Yes, it's more of a spanking than a defeat, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
377
runs, and considering on the first day of that game that Warwickshire were at one stage in that match 109 for 8 on the first morning, and they've won by 377 runs. Holland in bowls to Clark, who steers this one through. There's a misfield by Tom Scriven, and it's going to be 2 boundaries for Tom Clark. The ball just rolls over the boundary rope. That wasn't a great bit of fielding. 8 without loss, and all 8 to Tom Clark. .118 needed.
I don't imagine there were many nerves among the Sussex supporters, but anyone that they had will have been assuaged by those 2 shots.
Holland in again, bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to mid-on. This occasion there is no run. We probably will get another over. There's 1 more ball to go in this over.
Yes.
Well, the clock now says 12:59, so maybe not.
Umpire Schumacher is standing a long way back at square leg, isn't he? So he's got to be at the.
This is interesting. Tom Clark is retaking his guard, so I think Tom Clark's made up his mind. He only wants this to be 1 over before lunch. And Dan Hughes, Clark is waiting, and Hughes. Clark clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So the end of the over, the Leicestershire boys are running between the overs. Let's see what the clock does. Umpire McGann is walking in.
He's marching quite smartly.
He is, and he's been given the jumper and the hat, and he's walking towards the stumps, and he has to be in position, doesn't he?
He does.
And he is in position, and there will be another over.
You may have to describe it, Adrian, because it's going to take us past 1 o'clock the
Right.
over, and I have to go do an update.
So
I shall see you after
indeed,
lunch.
after lunch. So Tom Helm is indeed going to bowl an over before lunch as the clock clicks over now to 1 o'clock. And Daniel Hughes is going to have to face an over of Tom Helm. 4 slips in place. And Helm, with the floodlights on, runs towards us. Around the wicket bowls. And Hughes nibbles at one, and he's caught behind off the first ball. He can't believe it. Daniel Hughes has gone. He's nicked one through, caught behind by wicketkeeper Ben Cox. And Sussex are 8 for 1 as the players leave the field for lunch. Well, Daniel Hughes is absolutely furious with himself. See this again. Well, he doesn't think he's nicked it. Let's just see this again. Inside edge. Well, Shumagan has given it out. Hughes can't believe it. But Sussex have lost a wicket on the stroke of lunch. 8 for 1. So there we go. That was pretty dramatic. We didn't think we'd get a second over. We do all of a sudden. Daniel Hughes is not happy. He's walking off. Walking up the pavilion steps. But there we are. 8 for 1. Sussex needing 118 to win when we resume after lunch. The clouds are still pretty grey and threatening around Hove, but for the time being, no rain. Richard and I will have a break and be back with you in about 40 minutes' time to see whether Sussex can either knock off these 118 runs or whether Leicestershire can pick up 9 wickets. Either way, we'll be here for you and speak to you a little later. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Lunch here at Hove, and Sussex in a very strong position. They've taken 6 Leicestershire wickets this morning and have set themselves up to win this game. They need another 118 after lunch. They've got 9 wickets remaining because Daniel Hughes was out on the stroke of lunch first ball. So Sussex in a good position here, but they'll be hoping that the rain stays away. Meanwhile, up at Trent Bridge, very much heading for a draw. Nottinghamshire 219 for 2 against Surrey. That's a lead of 185. Well, welcome back to Hove, where the players are coming back onto the field after lunch. I have to say, in the distance, there is some really threatening cloud. I hate to be gloomy as far as Sussex supporters are concerned, who will feel they've got a good chance to win this game. They still need another 118, and off the last ball before lunch, Daniel Hughes was caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Tom Helm. There is a bit of rain forecast. We'll just have to see whether that materialises. Daniel Hughes, Richard, didn't look very happy. I didn't know whether it was because of the shot or whether he didn't think he was out.
No, our colleagues in the press room have analysed the pictures and the replays several times. The consensus seems to be that although it was very close to the bat, it actually brushed his sleeve, so he's probably just feeling, well, I just got an unlucky one there. In terms of the decision, but you never quite know. Well, they might only need 20 overs here, Sussex, and the way that Clark hit 2 fours, consecutive fours in Holland's first over suggests that they want to crack on and get this done quickly. So 5 or 6 and over, and they're there in 20 overs time. So Tom Helm, though, will continue because he only bowled 1 ball before lunch, a wicket-taking ball. And on loan, the Middlesex loanee will be bowling over the wicket to Dan Ibrahim, who is on a pair. I seem to remember he got a 0 in the first innings, so he will be very keen to get off the mark. 4 slips behind Ibrahim as Helm comes in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls to Dan Ibrahim. Ooh, that was quite fully, stayed on the back foot. It didn't get up that much. Thick outside edge. It's running down towards third man. Weatherall slides and drags it back. John Tattersall, who followed him back to the boundary, completes the fielding, but Ibrahim picks up a slightly fortuitous 3. So he is off a pair. You can hear in the effects mic as Messrs Tattersall and Weatherall went running back to the slips that Leicestershire have christened Tom Helm with the original highly thoughtful nickname of Helmy. Add a Y. You'd think that you could do a bit better than that, but there you go. Well, Helmy's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Clark. 3 slips for Clark as Helm is in and bowls, and he leaves. Lots of oohs and ahs, but it was a perfectly safe leave. Rishi Patel at first, Ajaz Patel at second, Tattersall is at third, Weatherall is just forward of point, Eskenazi is at mid-off, Budinger clapping his hands at mid-wicket, Holland is at mid-on, Helm is in and bowls, turned down to long leg. The only man I haven't mentioned so far, Ben Green, is down there. I say the only man, and it is just one, but Lewis Hill is out there at third man, so one of the Leicestershire players hasn't appeared post-lunch. Looks around, tries to work out who that might be. Slips go down as Helm, like Robinson, sporting a sweatband on his left wrist, is in and bowls outside off stump. Ibrahim steps forward and leaves. General approval from the Leicestershire players, just trying to get a little bit of momentum, a little bit of enthusiasm into the atmosphere. It is cold out there. We walked across to the pavilion for our lunch. Thank you to Sussex for kindly providing said lunch. My word, it was chilly. Weatherall has gone in the gully now as Helm is in, bowls to Ibrahim, who leaves outside off stump, again perfectly safely. End of, well, Helm's first over. Very prolonged first over, it being interrupted after 1 ball by lunch. 12 for 1 after 2.
Whenever there's rain around, it's always worth just keeping a little eye open for where the ground staff are. But I can't see them. Generally, if it's going to hose down, they come down to this end of the ground and sit on the chairs where Paul Farbrace was sitting yesterday in front of the covers, ready to haul them on. So they don't seem to be imminently thinking it's going to rain, but it is very gloomy, I have to say.
Tom Scriven's the man off at the moment.
Right, let's hope he's okay. In comes Ian Holland, round the wicket, bowls to Tom Clark, who shoulders arms, lets that one go outside of the stump through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. And there is no run, so already today a thumping win for Warwickshire in the game against Yorkshire. A very good afternoon to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray at a gloomy Hove as Sussex needing another 119 to win. As in comes Holland, bowls, Clark is forward, plays down the pitch to Ian Holland, and there is no run. For those of you just joining us, Leicestershire began the down 154 for 4 Eventually I went out for 227, but that was something of a recovery at one stage. I was 4 for 20 this morning, a couple of wickets for Hudson Prentice, one for Ollie Robinson, and a fairly calamitous run out. But Ben Cox steering Leicestershire to some sort of a lead as in comes Holland bowls, and Clark's hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run. So Sussex Lens set 126 to win what would be their third win of the season. But losing Daniel Hughes to the first ball of Tom Helm's over just before lunch, caught behind, although he did look very unhappy with the decision, did Daniel Hughes, who made 100 in the first innings. In comes Ian Holland, right arm around the wicket, in and bowls to Tom Clark, whose forward defends down the pitch. And there is no run. Clark on 9, Ibrahim on 3, Sussex 12 for 1. There are 3 slips and a gully in place. I think it's raining, over the downs, Richard. Unless that's more cloud, but it's very, very gloomy, and certainly the weather forecast was suggesting that, early afternoon there would be rain pushing down across the southeast. Sussex will be hoping not. Holland in, bowls to Clark, who whips that one away. Well, it might have come off the pad. It's run down towards fine leg. They're chasing back for the second run, and indeed umpire Michael Goff, who's got gloves on, which will tell you how cold it is here, picks up a couple of runs, and Sussex go to 14 for 1. But the numbers on the scoreboard are really shining brightly now. The yellow and the white are really standing out, and the light's not far off where it was last night, actually, Richard, when we went off.
It really isn't, but certainly these two Sussex batsmen will not want to go off, that's for sure.
No. Holland in again. Around the wicket, bowls. Clark drives down the onside of the pitch. There is no run. End of the over, 14 for 1. Clark 9, Ibrahim on 3. We weren't really aware of a light meter reading being taken yesterday. What we did see was Jack Carston and James Coles coming on and bowling the spin. I wonder if that's what Michael Goff is doing now. Because if they have taken a meter reading...
they have to go off if it's
yes, they do.
At that reading or...
Yeah, because Ian Holland might say, well, I'm going to carry on bowling him quick, as he's fully entitled to do so, which will be hugely frustrating for Sussex, so we shall see.
Does look like a little bit of a curtain of rain over there.
No, it does. No,
it to the north.
It definitely looks to me like it's raining over there.
Northwest.
Yeah.
Helm is in, bowls, forward goes Ibrahim, thick inside edge, it runs down towards square leg. Buttinger trots down from mid-wicket to field. Ibrahim takes 1, moves on to 4, 15 for 1. $126. Why is the target saying 131? I'll make it.
No,
I thought it was 126 to win.
it was 126 to win because Leicestershire made 227.
Yes.
So lead was 125.
In goes Helm and bowls edge, dropped at first slip by Rishi Patel. He was almost in the act of celebrating, straight to his left, roundabout waist height, and well, that is a big miss. Big miss to his left, 2 hands, down the catch went, and Leicestershire have dropped a big opportunity, quite literally. Clark on 9.
Yeah, just summing that up, Richard. The total in the end, the Leicestershire total is 232. So we were wrong.
In goes Helm and bowls edged again, but this time wide of third slip, down to third man.
So the lead was actually 130 and 131 to win. Yeah.
So it wasn't too. There must have been a change there somewhere because we had them at 227.
Well, we both had that, didn't we?
Slightly baffled by that, but there we go. Okay, so 131. That was an alteration, I'm certain.
Yes. Well, I'd written it down as well. I'd written the lead down as 125, 126 to win.
Welcome to Sports Extra, to Hove, a gloomy Hove.
It's raining.
Outside off stump, and Dan Ibrahim lets it go through. Sussex are 16 for 1. Needing 131 to win the game. It is raining and the players are going to have to leave the field. Out come the stumps, and word goes to the ground staff to bring on the covers. Well, had Sussex been 9 for 2, if that catch had been taken, Rishi Patel dropping Tom Clark, it could have been quite an interesting interval. As it is, there is light behind the dark cloud, so I think it is a temporary stoppage, but stoppage it is. And it is actually raining quite hard.
Yes, it is. It is raining quite hard. I mean, people suddenly started scurrying for cover, particularly in the southwest corner here. And this was forecast. I mean, the forecast has been unerringly accurate today from about 2 o'clock onwards. I'm not so sure this is just a passing shower either. The suggestion is that this could be sort of hanging around in a drizzle format for some time. And you could probably hear the rain in our effects microphone. And in fact, the ground staff are immediately dragging out the big covers, which yesterday, when it was drizzling, they weren't doing. So I think this could be quite a long stoppage, Richard.
It could be. Certainly the crowd, those that are left under umbrellas or heading into the shelter of the pavilion. And this will be frustrating for Sussex. But if you're watching on the stream as well as listening, you can see the lighter cloud behind the shower clouds. And Adrian is a little pessimistic. I suspect it won't be too bad. We shall see. But for the time being, we're going to have to abandon you, and we will be back, Adrian, now as soon as we have a little bit more definite information. Sussex, remember, 1-3-1 will win them the game. They are 16 for 1. Tom Clark has 10 off 16. Dan Ibrahim 4 off 5. Clark has been dropped quite badly when he was on 9. Rishi Patel at first slip. We've seen a few catches go down in this match. So Sussex still very, very strong favourites, weather permitting, to go on and complete what will be their 3rd win of the season. But just for the moment, they're going to have to wait for the rain to stop. Adrian and I will be back with you just as soon as there's the slightest prospect of play.
16 for 1. .4 overs. Oh, we've had. Look. Ibrahim on 4. They need 115 to win. Hello, Tunbridge Wells. Hang on, can you hear me? Hello. 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 There we are. Oh, I can hear you. Yeah, we'll do the update, that's fine. Hello. This time I know it's for real. Yes, hello. Hello, Emma. How are you? So I was eating a cake. Yeah. I know, it's lovely. My colleague from Leicester bought me a lovely cake. It's beautiful. Yeah, so we're all good. We're good to go. So yeah, if you can hear me, that's brilliant. What's it called, Rich? What's the cake called? Dorset apple cake. It's beautiful. I will. Lovely. Thank you. Thanks, Emma. Oh, Ollie Robinson's coming out, look. Graham's trying to ring me. Oh. Yes, hello Adam. Well, currently we're watching a bit of rain falling. The players are off the field, the floodlights are on, and real frustration here for Sussex. They need another 115 to win. They've got 9 wickets in hand. Normally you'll expect Sussex to win from here, but this is very weather dependent, and at the minute there is no play at Hove. They are playing at Trent Bridge, where it looks like we're heading for a draw. Nottinghamshire 276 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 242. But Kent are going nicely down at Bristol. They're 101 for 3. To Underwee is 44 not out. Kent needing another 160 runs to win with 7 wickets remaining. Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the good news... Oh, hang on. We've dialed down, which is not very helpful. So why have they done that? That is not helpful at all. Well, very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove, where the good news is we are going to restart any time soon. The umpires are out. The slightly more depressing news for those from Sussex is that although that shower is now gone, there is some more black cloud looming on the horizon, and I'm not so sure that we're going to get everything packed up and ready to play, and it's going to rain again. But either way, well done to the ground staff. It did rain heavily for about 10 minutes before the sun came out, but it, as I say, it doesn't look great again at the moment. When we do get underway, Sussex still needing 115 to win. Now, Richard and I were very confused by the fact that the Sussex total has been adjusted up by 5 runs, and we understand that that is because of the reaction of Daniel Hughes when he was given out. So that's a disciplinary amount of 5 runs have been added on. That's what we're being told. Either way,
A penalty, yes.
Yeah.
Not often imposed sort of mid-match or immediately
No.
like that,
We-
which is what threw us rather.
yeah, we were completely thrown. We both written down in our book Sussex needing 126 to win. It now turns out they need 131 to win. So we're just waiting for complete confirmation of everything, but that's what we're being told.
Under law 42-2 for those of
There we go.
of that bend. Tom Helm continues from the Cromwell Road end. His interrupted over outside off stump immediately concedes, I'd say 4, but it's slowing up rapidly on this very, very wet outfield, and it will be chased down by Ian Holland, and Ibrahim has to settle for 3 instead of 4. Half an hour ago, or an hour ago, that would have raced across the boundary 4-4, but although the rope has been round the outfield, it has slowed it up considerably. So Ibrahim and Tom Clark, Sussex will look to get this done fairly quickly. They might just need, I was saying to Adrian, another 20 overs, if that, if they really throw the bat. So round the wicket goes Helm, this time to Clark, who was dropped badly on 9. He works that one away off the back foot from outside off stump down to third man, and the fact he didn't drop his hands and let that one bounce through suggests to me that Sussex are going to go for it big time, because that dark cloud where the original shower came from is looking very threatening.
It is looming on the horizon. And in fact, I'm not so sure it's not raining over there again. So this could be very, very frustrating for Sussex this afternoon. And of course, we are losing overs all the time. There's still plenty of overs left to be bowled.
Yes, 51.2. Well, 51 now. So don't worry about that, Sussex supporters.
But any more interruptions and time will be overs will being ticked off as we go. Anyway, for the time being, we're playing, and Ian Holland is going to come in around the wicket to bowl to Tom Clark. He's in the bowls, and Clark is forward defensively, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
So another 111 runs needed, and as I say, loads and loads of overs in which to get them. Leicestershire haven't set a particularly containing field. They might as well try and take a few wickets. But
No, I agree. In comes Holland again. Bowls, and Clark is caught. Dropped. That's the second time he's been dropped. He's slashed hard at Tom Clark as that is gone through the slip cord. Is that Rishi Patel again?
I'm afraid it is. I think he got his 2 hands
Yeah,
to
he
it,
did. It went
reaching
very
high to his left.
It did go very fast.
Yes.
But he's a good slip fielder, as Rishi Patel, and I see he's been given a chance on 9 and now a chance on 11.
It was a much harder chance.
It was.
The first one was by slip standards a bit of a goober, really. That wasn't.
I don't know if
It
we
was
could
high
have
to his left, but he got both hands to it, and Ajaz Patel reached across to his right from second slip and may have just affected his vision. But there we go. Clark 2 chances, but again he went for it hard.
Yes, he did. We're joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra, where we are back on at Hove. The floodlights are on. There's a lot of heavy glowering cloud around. We've had a break. We've been back on for 2 balls. Sussex 24 for 1, needing 130 to win. News of a penalty for Sussex in a moment, as in comes Ian Holland around the wicket bowls, and Clark is hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces onto the onside. There is no run. Looks to me as if in the distance, not that far away, that it might be raining again up over the downs, so we could be in for another delay. And we also understand that Sussex have been penalised. Their target increased by 5 runs, and that after Daniel Hughes' reaction when he was given out just before lunch. So in comes Holland, bowls, and Clark is up on his toes. Lays the ball down in front of him, and Tom Clark has been put down twice. The first no slip catches regulation. He was put down when he was on 9 just before the rain break. Then since the rain break, cutting away firmly, the ball flying between first and second slips. Looked like Rishi Patel might have got a hand to it.
2 hands, yeah, high to his left.
High to his left. Couldn't hang on. Yeah. So Tom Clark has had a couple of lives. He's on 15. Sussex 24 for 1 in this pursuit of 130 to win. Clark whips this one away through the leg side. That's a good shot by Tom Clark. Overpitched by Ian Holland. And Clark whips it away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He goes to 19 of 22 balls. Sussex 28 for 1. And this feels almost like a race against the weather, Richard.
Bit of T20 practice for Tom Clark.
Yeah.
And Dan Ibrahim as well. 19 of 22, as you say.
So Sussex needing now 131 to win. That of Leicestershire were bowled out today for 227.
Ball's going to get wet very quickly, and useless in that respect for the bowlers. So that will play into Sussex's hands to a certain extent.
Ben Cox batting very nicely this morning for Leicestershire. He made 44 not out. Holland around the wicket bowls, and Clark is at it again, lofting that one around to the leg side. That's gone all the way for 6, I think. Yes, indeed he is. Well, there we are. That shows a sign of the Sussex intent here. They're looking at the weather, which looks like it could rain again at any moment, and he's lofted that one away over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Lovely shot by Clark. He goes to 25. And Sussex to 34 for 1, still needing 97 to win.
2 cracking shots.
Weren't they?
First one along the ground, second one all the way into the stand off his legs by Clark. And the ball is being carefully examined by umpire Goff now. Eskenazi shows it to him. Umpire Goff shows it to umpire Shanmugam, but umpire Shanmugam says no, it's okay. Crack on. It's just very, very wet. I would think. So, as that dark cloud drifts overhead, with what looks like a curtain of rain behind it, it isn't raining at the moment. Tom Helm, 2 overs, 1 for 10, comes in from Cromwell Road end to bowl to Dan Ibrahim. 2 slips. Ibrahim drives off the back foot, punches it away very nicely in front of cover. Weatherall goes sprinting back, puts in a slide, helped by the damp on the outfield, and Ibrahim turns for a second because for some reason Weatherall didn't hurl it back. He just lobbed it halfway back to Holland to do the drying. So Ibrahim picks up 3, moves on to 10. Sussex motor on to 37 for 1. Remember the target, 131. So just another 94 runs needed.
Well, I think Leicestershire are going to take their time here, Richard. I mean, they've got plenty of overs in the bank. The over rate is +3. And
the ball is going to be a piece of soap, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
On this very wet outfield. Very quickly. So Helm's going to go around the wicket to Clark with a deep mid-wicket, understandably enough. Bowls and whipped down the leg side. Don't know if he got anything on that. Might have come off the thigh pad. Cox dived away to his right and knocked the ball down.
Oh,
there's no signal, so that was a chance.
So that's 3 times he's been put down.
Well, That was Clark on 24. Well, it would have been a great chance,
It would.
a good catch, but for a keeper of Cox's ability, it was then catchable.
Well, yes, I mean, I was going to say that he just hadn't taken the ball cleanly,
No,
but it was clearly a chance.
To be honest, it didn't look as though the bat was anywhere near it. Anyway, on we go. Single taken. Helm is in and bowls a beauty that beats Ibrahim on the outside edge.
That was a beauty. Tom Clark dropped on 9, 11 and now 24. So you can't say he hasn't had his chances in this innings. Tom Clark opening in place of Tom Haynes, who's missed this game for Sussex. We assume a reaction having been hit at the Oval last week. I think it might be drizzling again, Richard.
We look to the side of the commentary box, which is where the rain tends to appear. At the moment we're okay. Helm is in and bowls. Ibrahim looking to turn it into the leg side, ends up with something of a leading edge. The ball runs out towards Holland at wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Just watching the crowd, the crowd who are not under cover. There's no umbrellas up at the moment, so no indication of people scurrying for cover. Might just drift over. I think Sussex supporters haven't too much to worry about. I think even if we do get another brief stoppage, I think it might be relatively brief. Helm is in. Ibrahim drives expansively and crackingly through the covers for 4. Lovely sound of ball on bat, like a pistol shot. It was out there and he stepped out and cracked it away through the covers.
The light is actually not good at all, is it?
It's awful.
The yellow numbers are really standing out on the clock tower scoreboard, and I think we're going off. I think it is raining.
Yep. Well, Sussex made good progress in the time we were out there, didn't they?
We were only out there for 2 overs and 1 ball before the rain has returned. This is going to be frustrating because Sussex quite rightly will want to keep going, but are they going to be thwarted by the weather?
I honestly don't think so. There's plenty of overs left in the game, and the forecast suggests this will blow over.
Well, the forecast is saying that there could be a couple of hours of this, sort of drizzly stuff, but it was all the time now. So, sorry to say, folks, we're off again for rain, and it's closing in around Hove. The Sussex supporters looking anxiously, no doubt, at their weather apps, but the ground staff, and that's always a sign, because Ben Gibson and his team are now dragging on the big covers to cover up the bowlers' run-ups at the far end of the ground. So this was forecast. The weathermen have got it right, and the wind has dropped away as well, and this looks a little bit more prolonged. This, and in fact, it's now raining really quite hard.
It is.
This looks a little bit more of a longer stoppage, and the ground staff are suddenly scurrying around to get everything on the pitch as quickly as they can, and you could probably hear the rain.
Pelters.
Yeah, it's absolutely pouring down now, and well, is that? I don't think it's a rumble of thunder, is it?
No, but
Was it just the
don't
wind?
think so.
That's the wind, I think. Anyway, it is raining really. We haven't had much rain down on the south coast for weeks. This is as heavily as it's rained for a long, long time, but now it is raining really hard. This is going to be a long delay, and we're going to lose a substantial amount of overs here. So, Sussex will be frustrated. They still need 89 to win, and not much we can do but to watch the rain fall and keep you updated. So, thank you for listening, and we'll return to you as and when we have any more play. So what do we have? We've had 2.1 overs. Oh, we can run. La la dee dee dee, la 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 dee 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 dee, dee 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 dee, la 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 la, la 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 la. La 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 da 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 la da 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 da. Oh, there's a few six available. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. La 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 la. Oh, maybe not. Actually, it is a little brighter behind.
If it slides past, might just get away with it. But we'll see.
Put you on the desk.
Thank you. Oh, what was that? I'm not so sure. I think that's. Oh. Do 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 do.
I suppose Leeds Spurs tonight as well. Leeds Spurs, no.
Sorry, Rich.
Leeds Spurs tonight. Or Spurs v Leeds tonight.
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, so Leeds are safe.
Yeah, they are. Spurs ain't.
No, no Spurs aren't, and they could. They, if
Into them, it could be fun.
the photographer. What's his name? Well, a very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the umpteenth drying out operation is coming to an end. The umpires are coming back out, and we're due to get underway at 4:15. Piles of sawdust are being spread on old wicket ends. I'm not totally convinced that's the end of the rain. There's some heavy clouds again over the downs. The lights are still on. 89 needed to win for Sussex. We'll get a note in the moment of, oh well, it's on the scoreboard now,
33.1.
So there's plenty of overs. The question is whether the weather will allow us to finish the game. Daniel Ibrahim is on 14, Tom Clark is on 26. You would imagine that Sussex will want to get a bit of a move on here, because if there is more rain about or bad light or whatever. But anyway, a round of applause from the very few spectators who are here as the umpires make their way out to the middle. Here come the Leicestershire players. They look full of vim and vigour as they run out from the pavilion, and I'm sure Leicestershire aren't going to make this easy for Sussex. I mean, clearly if Sussex get the full 33 overs in, then scoring 89 to win should be pretty straightforward, but the question is there more rain on the way? And certainly from where we're looking towards the downs, there are some brighter skies, but there's also some heavy cloud, Richard, and I'm not convinced we're done with the rain. So
I think you'll be absolutely fine.
We shall see.
Sussex, that third win is 99% assured.
Well, Sussex hopes there's a bit of blue sky above the ground, but that's gone, and we shall see. Anyway, we can't do anything about the weather. I suspect we'll see Richard, Clark and Ibrahim
laying about them with abandon.
I think so, and I think we'll probably see Leicestershire if that happens, but they're quite entitled to do, putting a few people around the boundary edge, because if Leicestershire could get out of here with, at 8 points for the draw, they'll be mightily pleased.
Well, they've dropped Tom Clark 3 times already.
Yes, they have.
He's on 26 off 24, and just one ball left of this elongated Tom Helm over. In he comes from the Cromwell Road end and bowls 2 down Ibrahim, who defends it back up the pitch to the aforementioned Mr. Helm, and Sussex therefore obviously remain 42 for 1. So 33 overs in which to score those runs, weather permitting. Adrian is a little bit concerned. I mean, there is a little bit more bubbling up over there, but it looks well away from us. And
it looks to me like that's more rain, Richard.
It could have been worse, because we had a really nasty dark cloud come over it as the ground staff were in the throes of clearing the covers again, and that, if that had shed its load, that might well have been that. But as it is, I think Sussex are okay here.
Well, we shall see. Ben Green is going to bowl from the C end. Tom Clark is taking guard. They're taking quite a while to set the field here, and if I'm Ian Holland, I'm thinking, well, let's use up a bit of time, because they're well set in terms of they're -2 on the overs.
They're not going to lose any of their points.
I don't know, Leicester haven't won a game yet, but if you can get out of a game where Leicester have been under the pump in this game for quite a long while, they'll feel they've had feel like a good result. Anyway, we shall see. Tom Clark is going to be facing Ben Green when Green eventually starts to bowl.
When you say good result, I think the words daylight robbery might be more appropriate, to be quite honest, but would take it for sure.
Well, it would, yeah, absolutely. Anyway, here we go. Ben Green is going to bowl from the C end of the ground, running up the hill away from us, in and bowls, and Tom Clark hammers that one away, and he's going to get 4 runs down to the third man boundary. So I think we know the way Sussex are going to play here. Well, the way they played before the break. Clark goes to 20, he goes to 30.
Oh, amazing, there's no third man.
Sussex to 46 for 1. So Sussex are looking to get on with it here.
That's the ball ruined.
Yeah, that's going to be very wet. So down at Cardiff, Morgan just needing 3 runs to win with 2 wickets. We were saying that the night watchman there, Hadley, is batted for something like 250 balls for 40 odd runs, so he's done a good job.
He should be chaired off.
He should be chaired off.
The freedom of Cardiff.
Yeah, they'll be dancing in the streets. In comes Green. Around the wicket and bowls, and Clark pulls onto the leg side and picks up just a single this time. He goes to 47, and Sussex... Sorry, no he doesn't. He goes to 31, and Sussex go to 47 for 1.
I thought that was Lewis Hill out there. So Tom Scriven, who didn't appear beforehand either, he may have an issue. I'll check afterwards. Leicestershire's young all-rounder. Well, they can ill afford to lose another bowling option.
Ibrahim waits. Ben Green is at the end of his run. 2 slips in place. Green runs away from us. In the bowls, Ibrahim down the wicket, and that's a real slog away onto the leg side. They've taken 1, they'll come back for 2. So the message is clear from the dressing room. Hit out or get out, I think, is probably the expression. On the screen, actually, it looks quite bright, but there is more on the way, I'm afraid. That is exactly how it looked an hour ago when we had a deluge. So I'm afraid it looks like there is some more on the way.
It's come quickly, hasn't it?
It has.
It's clear a minute ago.
It's really bubbled up in the last 5 minutes. Green in again, bowls. Ibrahim pulls. Is he going to get caught? No, he's gone for 6. Has gone for 6. That's a big hit by Dan Ibrahim. Wow. He's heaved that one away over square leg for 6. That's a big blow. He goes to 22.
Did I say 8 overs? Should we make that 6?
That's gone a long way. 55 for 1. Sussex needing 131 to win.
Maybe this is the way Dan Ibrahim should always play.
Maybe. Well, I'm sure that's the message, isn't it? We think it's going to rain again, so let's get as many on the board while we can. Green in bowls. Ibrahim down the wicket. Hammers that one to mid-on, fielded there by Ian Holland. Picks up a single, so that was an expensive over. One more to go yet. 6, 10, 14 off the over.
So far.
Tom Clark back on strike. 56 for 1. Runs required down to 75. As Clark waits, Ian Holland furiously drying the ball, which, as Richard says, is off the first ball when it raced all the way to the boundaries, probably got a bit soft and horrible and squidgy. Green in bowls. Clark down the wicket. He's pulled that away. That's gone for 6 as well. Oh, that's hit the scoreboard. I'm pretty sure. So 2 6s in the over. Tom Clark goes to 37 and Sussex to 62 for 1.
20 off the over. Did I say 6? Make it 4 overs. Started at 8.
I think they hit the scoreboard,
4.
didn't it?
It bounced. It certainly was above the first tier, shall we say, or the seats and the roof over the pavilion. So this is going to be short, and as far as Leicestershire are concerned, not so very sweet. Perhaps Helm, who has escaped punishment so far, more or less, 1 for 18 off 3. May not escape it in this over, but you never know, might just pick up a wicket as well. Ibrahim 23 off 14, looks around him. Well, it's still a reasonably single saving field with a few men out. Helm is in and bowls, and that is going to be 4. It is cut by Ibrahim, high over Rishi Patel at first slip and over the covers down here, the unused covers down here. Ben Green has to sort of pick his way through them. We were wondering why the wheeled covers aren't in use down
I agree, it is odd.
here in Hove. They've just been using a mat with covers over the mat, flat covers. Anyway, they've done their job. They've cleared them. That would appear to be... It'd be interesting to talk to the groundsman, the curator, as they call them in Australia. Now they're going to show the ball because it... Oh no, what's he handing? Rishi Patel has handed something to Michael Goff. I'm not quite sure what. A piece of something or other.
What if there's something was left on the outfield, perhaps, or...
And he's jogging down to a sort of fly slip. Actually, it's third man, but about 10 yards inside the ropes. And Ben Cox is standing back a long way now as well. In comes Helm. And bowls to Ibrahim, who pulls him high over mid-wicket, and that's going to go all the way as well for 4. Bounced just short of the boundary over there in front of the stand. So consecutive boundaries to Dan Ibrahim. He moves on to 31. Sussex on to 70 for 1 off 7.2 overs. And it suddenly looks very easy. So that's 28 off the last 8 deliveries. And now Leicestershire beginning to get the message. 5 men out on the ropes, 6 men out on the ropes. Mid on and mid off, and backward point, the only ones not. In goes Helm. Bowls. Was it a catch? Was it dropped by Cox? Two-handed high to his right. What is the signal?
Bye.
So it wasn't a drop. It was a bye. Good effort by Ben Cox, diving high to his right. Got 2 handers to it. He's taken off his right gauntlet, and he's still got his inner on, but he's sort of examining his finger through an inner.
Hope he hasn't hurt his hand.
Seems to be okay. He's got his right glove back on.
Glamorgan have beaten Somerset by 2 wickets.
That is a great result for the Welshman. Round the wicket goes Helm to Tom Clark. Bowls, and Clark just drops it out off the back foot into the offside and runs the quick single.
So they'll take 19 points in that game, Glamorgan.
Their second win, is that right?
Yeah, I think it is their second win of the season, yeah.
And they lift themselves
They beat...
up accordingly.
I forget who they beat.
Helm, 2 balls to go in his 4th over turns. Down the slope he comes from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls outside off stump, a slower ball. Bit of T20 adaptation there. If Ibrahim's going to go for every ball, they're going to change their style of bowling, and the slower ball beat Dan Ibrahim as he tried to waft it away outside the off stump.
That feels like everything that a T20 Championship game should be, in complete contrast to the game at Trent Bridge, which has been a real bore draw.
This has been pretty entertaining for the most part. Helm is in, and bowls cut very nicely by Ibrahim like a rocket down to 3rd man, but directly to Ben Green, who picks up and throws, and Ibrahim takes 1. So 8 off the first 2 balls of Helm's 4th over, but managed to contain to a certain extent Ibrahim and Clark thereafter. Even so, 10 off the over, and 73 for 1.
Yeah, that game at Trent Bridge, 415 knots made, Surrey making 449. On the final day, knots 377 for 4. I mean, that's as dull as it gets, really, isn't it? And it's a shame, because that's a showpiece game, really. The 2 sides, they're first and second in the Championship. They're very likely to be there or thereabouts at the end of the season. And as we were saying, Rich, it's a bit like Man City Arsenal winning in a dull 0-0.
It is early relatively early,
it is.
Isn't it? Neither side wanting to
No
lose,
side wants
give
to
the
lose.
other a big advantage.
It is a shame.
But it is a little bit.
Ben Green is coming in over the wicket to bowl to Dan Ibrahim. He's in a bowls. Ibrahim hammers that down the ground to Ian Holland, who fields just down in front of us. 1 more to Ibrahim. He goes to 33. Sussex 74 for 1. Sussex are trying to get this done in a hurry. If it helps Sussex fans' nerves any, there is a few patches of blue sky. Behind that big bank of horrible cloud, there are some lighter skies, so
Fine.
So maybe it's going to be all right. In comes Green again, bowls to Clark, who clips this one nicely onto the leg side. Picks up 1, they're looking for 2, but there isn't 2 there. A good throw coming in from
Lewis
Hill. Lewis Hill out there, who was on commentary with us yesterday. Good to see Lewis.
You have to, don't forget to send me the photo.
Yes, let me do that
now. Whenever.
Let me remember to do that before I forget. Now there's a conversation going on between Green, Holland and... just using up a bit of...
Eskenazi.
Eskenazi using up a bit of time, I think. Yeah. Right, let's select these and send these to you, Richard. Green. Back to his mark. Is it me or you?
It's you.
Runs away from us, bowls, and Ibrahim pulls. You probably heard the crack of the bat on ball. Goes out to Ajaz Patel, who fields sort of a deepish mid-wicket. Ibrahim looks at his bat. He goes to 34. Sussex 76 for 1.
Which means they need another 55 runs to win the game. Their target was extended by 5 runs during the luncheon interval after Daniel Hughes was ruled to have offended one of the laws of cricket.
Yeah. Green in again, bowls to Clark, who plays on, and he's gone.
Bowled.
Yeah, he's played that on, Tom Clark. He was looking to flick it down to fine leg. Didn't succeed, and the ball rather dribbled onto his bat. That was a rather unfortunate dismissal for Tom Clark. Nonetheless, he's gone. He's bowled for 39. I mean, he was dropped 3 times, so I think he's had his he had his fair share of good fortune in that innings. But he's gone. But he's got Sussex off to a decent start, and he's been bowled by Ben Green.
Sort of almost behind his legs, actually.
Yeah, just sort of dribbled onto the stumps, didn't it? That wicket goes down on 76. The new man comes out. Now, is this going to be Jack Leaney? It looks like if I was Jack Leaney, I'd be sort of running out to the wicket, I think. So, Tom Clark gets Sussex off to a decent start.
Just for Sussex listeners, it's lightening up all the time where the weather's coming from. So,
yeah, it is.
And that the nasty cloud, it looks like it's drifting to the west of the ground towards the channel.
Oh, James Coles is coming in. That's interesting. So Coles, who batted 5 in the first innings, perhaps considered a more attacking player than Tom Clark, has been sent in earlier than we thought. He has been batting 4 all season, dropped to 5 this week. We suspected because he hasn't made too many runs this season as James, but perhaps this sort of chase more favours his game than Jack Leaning. We shall see. Maybe a tactical change for Sussex. There will be an update to come shortly. So I better get myself across the other scores. Leicestershire have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary, 3 on the off and 1 on the leg, as Green is in bowls, and Cole's hit on the pad. That was a good shout. That was a good shout, actually.
Was that missing?
He's got his hands on his head as Ben Green. See this one again.
Is it going down? Goodness. It's signal leg by, so he didn't get an edge on it.
Well, it is a shot that James Coles plays a lot, that little sort of clip shot through mid-wicket, but he was bowled by one like that at the Oval last week, and he's rather stepped across his stumps. And,
yeah, that was the only thing that saved him, possibly just outside the line.
Yeah.
Umpire decided.
Green in bowls to Ibrahim, who is a thick outside edge down to third. That could race away for 4 runs. No, it's fielded by Helm. Well, a combination of Helm and another way down in the distance, but it's 2 more to Ibrahim, who goes to 36, and Sussex to 79 for 2. At the end of an eventful over from Ben Green, which saw the demise of Tom Clark for 39, at the end of which Sussex are needing a 52 to win.
Yeah, the scoreboard that is on the stream at the moment suggesting they need those runs off 60 overs. They don't. It sounds like there's going to be an update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly.
It does.
After the weather update.
Do you mind if I start the over, Richard?
No, absolutely.
So, Tom Helm is going to make his way in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Coming into bowl to James Coles. Bowls, and Coles defends onto the onside, no run. Well, the good news here is, Adam, that we're back on and playing again. The weather seems to be improving. Sussex are 79 for 2. Tom Clark just out now for 39. They need another 52 to win, and weather permitting, Sussex should secure their third win of the season. Meanwhile, it looks like a draw up at Edgbaston, at Trent Bridge, and a dull draw up that. Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 381 for 4 against Surrey, leading by 347. But Kent look on target for a second win of the season. They're 204 for 4 down at Bristol against Gloucestershire. They need another 57 to win. Takeda Mwai is still there. He's 108 not out.
And that one is worked by Coles from Helm out to the deep square boundary where Hill was the fielder. One is taken. Coles off the mark with that one then. 80 for 2. 51 now needed by Sussex. At 80 for 2 has come off just 9.2 overs. Helm turns, down the hill he comes and bowls. Slower ball again, just dabbed down by Ibrahim towards backward point. Cox has to run across because there isn't a backward point. Everybody out on the boundary now for Leicestershire, with the exception of deepish, mid-on and mid-off, Messrs Holland and Patel, Rishi Patel that is, respectively. Ajaz Patel is single saving as well. He's at mid... No, he's not. He's at extra cover for the right-handed Coles. And indeed Weatherald comes up to backward point now as Helm is in, punched through the offside, or didn't quite time it as well as he would like. It sounded impressive, but didn't have too much momentum. Even so, he got it into the gap. Tattersall comes off the boundary to field and one is taken. Coles on to 2. So singles from balls. We are set tolerably fair now. The cloud is much higher and whiter, and there's a few patches of blue.
Right.
Helm is in and bowls and cut, or attempted to be cut by Ibrahim. It bounced on him a bit, so he just looks at his right hand. He steered it to backward point, Weatherald the fielder.
Yeah, I don't know if the Sussex players are watching or listening to the stream up on the balcony, but behind you the clouds are much higher and there are patches of blue, so it does look as if the worst of the weather has gone.
I think so. Helm turns. Runs in, shortish run, bowls, another slower ball. Ibrahim becoming used to it now, waited for it, cracked it away towards point. But with 2 men out, only going to be one. Tattersall, the fielder. As I say, it says run rate required 81. In fact, it's rather less than that. There are now 29 overs, so the run rate is actually obviously more than that. 29 overs left to be bowled in the day, potentially, but that is still plenty. It is only, what, 2 runs, less than 2 runs an over. Bearing in mind, at the moment, the run rate is 8.3.
Ben Green is going to carry on. His 2 overs have cost 25, but Sussex are just determined to try and get this over as soon as possible. So unsurprisingly, as Green comes in, 3 men guarding the leg side boundary. Green is in, bowls. Ibrahim cuts firmly through the offside. That's nicely placed actually, but good bit of fielding, sliding stop. Is that Lewis Hill again?
It is.
Out on the offside boundary. The 12th man duties, makes a good stop and gets the throw in. Ibrahim goes to 38 and Sussex to 83 for 2. Brings Coles on to strike. Green is reorganising his field. In Holland, the skipper comes all the way down here to log on as Green is in again. Bowls. And Coles is hammering this one. Where's that gone? Oh, out to log off. Picks up a single as a glimmer of sunshine makes its way across Hove. Coles goes to 3, 85 for 2. 46 needed to win. James Coles examines his bat, sort of suspiciously. Glamorgan, as we stand, are second in the county championship. That will,
That's
yeah,
outstanding effort.
it is. Having only got up last season. They are the next visitors to Hove. In comes Green Paul's pulled by Ibrahim. Well, the fielder didn't see it.
No.
He had no idea where that had gone. It was in the air a long time, actually. It was short, and Ibrahim pulled it down to fine leg, but the fielder who's down there at fine leg was a cry of catch it, and the fielder's saying, well, I can't see it. Where did it go?
There's John Tattersall down there. Probably passed about 12, 15 yards to his right. I'm not sure he'd have been able, even if he'd seen it from the bat, I'm not sure he'd been able to get across, but he's lifting his hands helplessly. So
Yeah.
just didn't pick it up.
No.
Didn't pick it up. Don't know why, because the light's okay now, really.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they almost don't need the floodlights, actually. There's plenty of blue sky on the horizon. Green again is on his way. Bowls from down the ground is Ibrahim and plays that firmly through the offside, and he's going to get Lewis Hill again with another very good sliding stop. Ibrahim's going through to 45 of just 28 balls.
But Ian Holland, who's directly in front of us at long on, he then put his both hands into it. He couldn't see where it had gone.
Yes.
He couldn't pick that up. For some reason, at the moment, it's very
It's
difficult
weird,
to
isn't it?
pick up
Yeah,
the
I don't-
ball.
I don't know why.
Fielders aren't seeing it.
91 for 2. As Green wheels around in front of us, runs away from us up the hill, bowls to Ibrahim, who's playing that on the full down the ground to log off. They take one, they think about two, but it's fielded by Steve Eskenazi down in front of us. One more to the total. Ibrahim goes to 46, yes. Sussex to 92 for 2. They need another 39 to win.
He needed these runs, didn't he, to a certain extent, Dan Ibrahim? So
Yes, he did. I mean, he missed
it
out-
sort of freed him up a bit, hasn't
Yeah,
it? This,
missed out in the first innings. Green in bowls, and Coles plays that down the ground. There's a slight misfield by Ben Green, and it allows Coles to go through for a single. And now we have got sun all across the outfield here at Hove. Horrible weather seems to have disappeared into the English Channel. And as Richard says, we look pretty much set fair. End of the over. 93 for 2. Coles is on 4. Ibrahim is on 46. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. Sussex now just needing another 38 with 8 wickets in hand to win the match.
off 28 overs. So, and they'd all be available now, judging by the skies. Players actually casting faint shadows from the sunlight now. Helm will continue. Leicestershire looking to get value for money for whatever they're paying for Tom Helm's loan. In he goes, and bowls punched away off the back foot by Coles out towards deep extra cover. A sliding Tattersall manages to just halt his slide. Almost had to use his shoulder to halt his slide. And Coles picks up 2, moves on to 6.95 for 2. And 3-1 the target. So it looks like it's going to be a 8-wicket win, maybe 7 wickets if another one goes, as they're continuing to hit out. Helm into Coles, again carved out through the offside, this time more or less straight to Tattersall, who picks up in front of the electronic scoreboard. Well, that's all we have here at Hove now. I say I'm used to saying that because obviously there is still a manual scoreboard at
Grace Road.
Upton Steel Grace Road,
Yeah.
as well as an electronic.
I do like that old scoreboard at Grace Road. Don't really need the floodlights on now.
No, they could if they wanted to switch them off. Save a bit of money. In goes Helm and bowls slower ball. Ibrahim looking to pull it away. Tried to wait for it. Eventually went through with the shot and the ball crept underneath his bat. I think it was the Sussex chief executive of the time who actually a couple of years ago highlighted the cost of the
Yes.
of the
Well,
floodlights.
they decided not to have floodlights for one season, and everyone got very hot under the collar about it.
The hourly cost was prohibitive.
Yeah.
It was very high, wasn't it? Out comes the sun now. Glorious. Helm in, bowls, fullish. Played hard down into the ground. It bounces nicely for Ajaz Patel had extra cover to make this stop. Suddenly we're playing not quite normal cricket, but reasonably so, as the sun comes out and Sussex realise they don't actually have to smash it all round the ground. They can just pick these runs off if they want. Turns down the slope, bowl, slower ball again, and it picked it that time, Ibrahim, and pulled it around the corner. Good stop by Lewis Hill, who's suddenly found himself fielding out there as Leicestershire's fielding 12th man, and he's getting more work than anybody else.
He's saved about 15 runs out there, hasn't he, in the last few overs? That's a great stop.
Flinging himself up and down the rope at deep square.
Well, it's probably a little skiddy out there with the rain we've had, so it's probably quite fun diving across the outfield.
Just looking at Lewis, I'm not sure his fun would be his description. He's leaning on his knees, rubbing things ruefully. Round the wicket goes home to the right-handed Cole. Slowish outside off stump, waited for it and chopped it away. 2 Tattersall in the sun, and 1 is taken. End of the over. Suddenly, the numbers on the scoreboard are very faint because it's in full sunshine. 98 for 2 of 12. This partnership already 22 of just 20 balls. 131 is the target.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Holmes, Richard Ray, as Richard says, now in the sunshine at Hove. That hasn't been the case for much of the afternoon. We had a couple of very heavy showers, which looked as if it may thwart Sussex bid for victory. Leicestershire beginning today on 154 for 4, but they lost 4 wickets for just 20 runs this morning. Finn Hudson-Prentice taking a couple of wickets, Ollie Robinson also, and a run out of Steve Eskenazi. Eventually, Leicestershire making their way to 232 all out as in comes Ajaz Patel, the left arm spinner, bowls to Coles, who plays that firmly through the covers and picks up a single. Does James Coles? He goes to 9, and the total to 99 for 2. Ben Cox finishing not out on 44. So Sussex left 131 to win. They got off to a bad start when Daniel Hughes was out first ball. But since the rain delays, they've suddenly put their foot on the accelerator as Patel comes in and bowls to Ibrahim, who plays the ball straight down the track, and Patel fields off his own bowling. 3 men saving one on the offside, 1 on the leg. 3 fielders guarding the leg side boundary, and 2 on the off as Patel is in. Bowls. That's a full toss. And play, there could be a run out here as the throw comes in. I think that's pretty tight, but Cole's just about got there. It was a full toss. Comedy of errors, really. It was a full toss played out into the covers by Ibrahim. There was a bit of yes and knowing. The throw came in from the covers. James Coles scrambled home. The announcement was for the 100 up for Sussex, 100 for 2 in the 12th over.
Just seemed to take a moment to gather himself there, Sol Budinger. By the time he released the throw, Coles had made his ground.
Patel in bowls. Coles steers that one down the onside of the track. Patel fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So it's almost been T20 style cricket from Sussex in the last 20 minutes since the second rain delay. With Sussex worried they were going to miss out with bad weather, but those fears seem to be allayed now as in comes Patel, and Coles plays a much more authentic shot, clipping the ball through mid-wicket and picking up his 10th run, and Sussex to 101 for 2.
30 to win.
Yeah. Lovely day now, lots of blue sky up towards the downs outside of Brighton. In comes Patel, bowls, and he bowls Daniel Ibrahim. Played all around a straight one, and Ibrahim goes for 48. But he's done his part. Daniel Ibrahim came in with Tom Clark, and between them it was sort of T20 stuff really, just trying to hit every ball that they could. But he makes his way off. As it turns out, it looks like the weather is going to play ball, but Dan Ibrahim 48 in 35 balls in 52 minutes with 4 fours and a 6. But his innings has come to an end. Sussex lose their 3rd wicket, and a wicket there for Ajaz Patel.
Consolation, no more than that, and a fairly minor consolation for Leicestershire, would think, to reduce the margin of what is still on top of the 200 run plus victory at Upton Steel Grace Road. Another comprehensive beating at the hands of Sussex. And Helm is coming off. It is going to be looking at the far end. Is that Holland with the ball in hand? I think it is.
Looks a bit like the skipper, doesn't it?
It does.
Well spotted.
And so it is.
Yes, this is won by 222. Richards right up at Grace Road. That was the first match of the season. So barring something miraculous, Sussex ought to be going through to their third win of the season. And their second in a row here at Hove.
Holland is in from the Cromwell Road end. Slowish delivery that perhaps was even a deliberately slower ball that Coles has to wait for. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he pulls it around the corner. Hill sprints down the rope fields and Coles takes one. Moves on to 11. Brings Leaning on to strike. Sent out now. Can play his normal game because lots and lots of blue sky around and around where the weather has been coming from as well. Looks around him, sees general post going on in the outfield. Ajaz Patel is running to slip. Buttinger is running across to extra cover to take his previous position. Holland over the wicket. Leaning walks down, works it off his legs, or tries to. Could have been pad. It sounded very paddy as it trickles down to fine leg, but inside edge onto pad perhaps, as the umpire makes no signal. Eskenazi, the fielder. One taken. 103 for 3. 28 now needed. Holland, knees pumping, runs in and bowls. A slow bouncer that is hooked down to fine leg for 4. Again, I think there's rather more people around in front of the pavilion and in the pavilion, Adrian, than we perhaps were giving the Sussex faithful credit for. They've stayed to see the winning runs hit.
Yes, they have. I think a lot had sheltered inside the pavilion when it rained. There was one of the showers that was particularly heavy, and I think everyone took refuge inside the long room over in the Spencama pavilion. But yeah, they've all pretty much come outside now.
So Holland is going to go around the wicket to Coles, who's on to 15 with that boundary. Bowls. Coles clips him nicely off his legs, out to Hill on the square leg boundary, or just behind square. One taken. Good throw from Lewis.
Just to say, the game between Nottinghamshire and Surrey has been drawn at Trent Bridge, and a pretty dull draw as well. Nottinghamshire finishing the final day 414 for 4. Ben Duckett 203 not out.
Holland back over the wicket to Leaning, who tries to thump it away into the leg side. Bounces up, hits the thigh pad, trickles to short leg, and the leg by is taken.
But the win of the day coming from Glamorgan, who chased down 285 to beat Somerset in Cardiff. And a monumental effort by the night watchman Ryan Hadley. More of that in a moment.
Holland round the wicket, bowls. Coles drives hard, comes off a thick inside edge, attempts to drive hard through the offside, and it runs out towards wide-ish, long on. Rishi Patel jogs around to field, and one is taken. End of Holland's over. None for 30 from 4 for Leicestershire's skipper. So it hasn't been the greatest of games for him. A battling half-century in Leicestershire's first innings. Otherwise, it's not a game I don't think he'll look back on, or I don't think he'll look back on particularly fondly. 110 for 3, so 21 to win.
Yes, Ryan Hadley made 50 not out, but he faced 231 balls in so doing. In comes Patel, bowls to Coles, who plays this one away firmly through backward point and picks up a boundary. James Coles, he goes to 21, Sussex to 114 for 3. Sean Dixon made 76. That's a very good win for Glamorgan, which for the time being, or for a while, took them to second place in the championship. I think that'll change when the points from the other games are added in. But a good start for Glamorgan, who have now won a couple of games in the county championship, having been promoted last season alongside Leicestershire. Patel in bowls, and Coles plays this firmly through mid-wicket. They've taken one, they'll think about two, but there isn't a second run there. Coles goes to 22, 115 for three rather. Sussex. Target needed 131.
16 then.
Yep.
To win.
And now lots of blue sky. You wouldn't have thought we had all that horrible rain earlier on. In comes Patel, bowls, leaning, tucks this onto the leg side, and you probably heard the cry of wait, wait, wait. A piece of fielding at mid-wicket by the skipper.
I don't imagine Leaning wants to get out here now. It's
No.
do his average inning.
Patel in bowls, leaning drives through the offside to the cover boundary, picks up another single, does Jack Leaning. I think another single, he picks up his first. It's his second single, 116 for three.
Stupid thing to say, really, but of course he doesn't want to get out, but you know what I mean.
No,
He doesn't
totally.
want to give it away, he doesn't want to bash it up in the air.
Patel in and bowls. Coles hammers that one away. That's going to be at least a couple of runs. Ben Ground chasing around here to long on. Coles comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 24, 118 for three. Total required for Sussex now down to 13. So the game pretty much all up here as Patel makes his way in again. Bowls, full toss. Coles hammers it down the ground, and is that going to go for four? Yes, it is. Drilled straight down the ground by James Coles. He goes to 28, and Sussex now needing 9 to win. A couple of nice emails, Richard, here for you, because for those who have been listening, Richard, it's probably the last time you're going to be here at Hove commentating, which is a great shame because we've had so much fun down the years. Roger's been in touch. He said, I'd like to add my good wishes to Richard. He's been my favourite non-Sussex commentator, along with Fletch of Derbyshire, which is very nice. And George says, Dear Adrian and Richard, what a shame to hear this will be Richard's last time at Hove. Your commentary partnership will go down as one of the finest pairs. Crumbs. Ronnie Barker and Corbett. I think so. Morecambe and Wise, really. Harry and Paul. And of course, Adrian and Richard. Thank you both, says George Harris. That's kind.
Thank you, Roger,
George.
and thank you, George. It is appreciated. It is just been saying that's no compensation, but messages like that are compensation for me in my circumstances. Thank you. We're going to finish off with Rishi Patel, and Adrian will see Sussex over the winning line.
Well, that's very kind. So Rishi Patel is coming into bowl two. Jack Leaning, short, and Leaning pulls that one away down to fine leg, and that's going to go for 4 more. So Leaning picks up his first boundary. He goes to 6, and Sussex now just needing 5 to win. Just getting a message from the studio. Yes, that'll be great. Thank you. 126 for 3. So Sussex needing just 5 to win what will be their 3rd county championship win of the season. Back-to-back wins here at Hove. They've already beaten Warwickshire. As in comes Patel bowls, and Leaning flicks that away through the leg side. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll take. As the throw comes in, Jack Leaning goes to 7, 127 for 3. Sussex, so 4 needed to win. And now what's a glorious afternoon at Hove. James Coles surveys the leg side field as Rishi Patel comes in over the wicket bowls, and Coles hammers the ball away, and that's a fine way to win the match. The ball goes away for 4 runs. James Coles finishes on 32. Sussex reach their victory target of 131 with just 3 wickets down. A little hug between James Coles and Jack Leaning. Handshakes all around between the umpires and the players. Sussex take 23 points from the match and will head to Taunton later this week in very good heart, having won 3 of their first 5 matches in the championship this season. Leicestershire,
with much to think about, I would suggest, Adrian, after another heavy defeat. So the 2 encouraging draws beginning to look a long way in the past now. Heavily beaten by Nottinghamshire, and now for the 2nd time this season Sussex. Just before I go, I'll say thank you to all the Sussex fans. It's been an awful pleasure coming down to Hove over the years, and hopefully it won't be quite the last time, even if it's just as a spectator, but a knowledgeable and appreciative Sussex crowd, I think, and Sussex supporters. They understand what county cricket is all about, and the variations and the potential and the emotion and the artistic scope, and it's been brilliant sharing it with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And I'll just add to that, it's been wonderful to commentate with you as well. And the Louis Kimber innings here those years ago will live long in the memory. But for now, the players are walking off in lovely bright sunshine after the rain earlier. The Sussex players gathering on the balcony. Ollie Robinson now leading the Sussex players down. And there will be handshakes all around. We'll be getting post-match interviews, which will no doubt be posted on social media over the next few hours, and we'll do it all again later on this week. Sussex heading down to Taunton, to Somerset. We've suffered a couple of defeats and beaten today against Glamorgan. Richard heading to Chelmsford, where Essex will be awaiting. Essex having beaten Hampshire in this round of matches. So the players lining up and shaking hands. We finish in bright sunshine at Hove. Just say thank you again to Richard, and all the very best to you, Richard, and we'll see you all again later on this week for another round of county championship matches. Thank you and good night.